still fishing to know.
Council, Council, we can have your attention, please. We would like to get tonight's meeting going. I'd like to thank all of our media and broadcast partners for broadcasting our meeting and reporting on it. I'd like to welcome everybody who is here tonight. Before we get going, Councillor Hollingsworth asked me for a moment to tell a good news story, and as Council is aware, there's a standing motion that provides for that. There was a bit of a confusion between her and I, so she's not just telling a good news story. I think she has someone else here to speak to it also. So we'll pass the floor to Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. At this time, I just want to reemphasize again how many great initiatives are happening within this community. And as the mayor just stated, we try to highlight some positive stories from people in high schools winning science competitions down in Ontario, Southern Ontario, to across Canada, to our winning sports teams, to our great 150 Canada celebration that was headed up by our two council people and great staff work. So right now, I'd like just to promote our Sault Ste. Marie historical or heritage walking tours. You may remember many years ago in our city, we had a walking tour before. And working closely with the Heritage Committee, instead of reinventing the wheel, we basically went through some old files and pulled out some great information about past walking tours. And so the Heritage Committee, myself, and also the public library all basically ended up getting together along with the Downtown Association to create and revise a new walking tour for the city. The benefits of this is that it's absolutely free and it's offered to basically visitors, but also it's excellent for people that live here in Sault Ste. Marie, but maybe a little rusty on our own history. Sault Ste. Marie, I'm going to be off a little bit, but it's one of the oldest communities. And just walking through the downtown area, looking at the historical buildings and really remembering how much culture and history we have is something to be proud of. And so right in front of me, I do have a pamphlet, but this particular pamphlet can be found on the Downtown Association website. And again, this is offered twice a week, on Wednesdays at 2 and Thursdays at 4. And it's excellent for any of your friends or relatives or yourselves that want to learn a little bit more about our history of Sault Ste. Marie.
Great. Do you have a question, Councillor Myers? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, and I just want to commend the partners that were involved with that, led by my ward mate. But there were people from Ward 2, friends of mine that took it and were really impressed. And exactly as what you just said, Councillor Hollingsworth, it sort of gets us back in touch with our own heritage and history. So good job. Thanks.
Thank you. And just in closing, there's so many other communities that we go to for our own vacation, where we go on these walking tours. Why not take a walking tour here in our own town? And
that's a great point.
And if there's anything that you want us to highlight in this historical walking tour, let me know, and I'll make sure it's incorporated for the next review. But there's a lot of famous people that have lived in our city that contribute to our fabric of the city. So let's be proud.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It obviously is a great event, and good for you for the work you did on it and your community partners. Is the Downtown Association making any comment about it?
If Josh wants to say one word.
Josh, did you want to speak to it?
Sure. Thank you for having me up. I just wanted to echo the same thoughts that it's a...
Josh, your mic isn't live yet, so people at home won't hear what you have to. There you go. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just going to echo the same thing. Thank you for having me up. It's been a great working on it with Councillor Hollingsworth and the community partners. We're hoping to run all the way through till September 30th. Right now, that's kind of our targeted end date, and like we said, we run Wednesdays at 2, Thursdays at 4, as well as Friday, September 29th, the Downtown Heritage Block Party. We'll be running 2 to 3 micro tours as well, so if you don't think you can do a whole hour and 15 with the breaks, come down and enjoy a 20-minute little loop during that event.
Great. Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, this is free. This is what we need for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Under Agenda Item 1, Adoption of Minutes, I have a motion by Councillors Myers and Bruni, resolved that the minutes of regular council meeting of July 17, 2017, and special meeting of July 31, 2017 be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
And Agenda Item 3, Declarations of Pecuniary Interest.
Councillor Turco. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 11.1.5 and 11.1.4, the municipal law enforcement officer spouse employed by police services. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 6.10, I'm employed with the Algoma District School Board, although I don't officially report back to work for 2 more weeks.
There you go. We're still employed by them. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 6.4, concerning the dissolution of the agreement with the FJ Davy Home. A party involved in that is a client of my law firm. And item 6.22 or 6.22, the demolition of 168 Church Street. My firm is involved with that property.
And you will be reporting to work tomorrow.
I will be there tomorrow morning.
Anybody else? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Under Agenda Item 4, approve agenda as presented. I've got a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Fata that the agenda for August 21, 2017 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Carried. Just before we move on, I want to welcome the Chief. I think this is your first formal meeting, and welcome. I'm sure you'll have a lot of meetings in your future.
Under Agenda Item 5.1, the Downtown Association, Brian Hayes, Chair of the Downtown Association, is in attendance with respect to the splash pad location.
Welcome to Council, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Is there a resolution that's read first?
No, we're going to listen to your presentation, then I'm going to call the resolution up, and then we'll deal with the resolution after.
We do have a PowerPoint presentation so council can follow along. The reason we're here is, as the Downtown Association did not participate in the consultation process regarding the splash pad, it is our goal to demonstrate the priority importance of a downtown location for our inaugural splash pad versus a Bellevue Park location to the future prosperity of downtown as identified in successive downtown community improvement plans, the city's downtown strategy, the city's corporate strategy, the Downtown Association's strategic plan, and most recently, the Community Adjustment Plan, all of which had wholesome public consultation, all of which were either approved or endorsed by council. And I want to emphasize our inaugural splash pad. We believe that, yes, Bellevue Park at some point deserves a splash pad. We believe the inaugural one should be downtown, and I hope to be able to demonstrate that tonight. And if I'm not able to demonstrate it tonight, I hope that council is open to a deferral, because there could be some questions that arise tonight that might not get answered, that warrant being answered, and council might need an extra meeting to get those questions answered. So in terms of an agenda, we do want to talk a little bit about the consultation process. We want to talk about the alignment with the community improvement plans, the city's downtown strategy, a little bit about the Thunder Bay experience. We want to talk about the net economic benefit of a splash pad. And we do want to have the opportunity to respond to the splash pad subcommittee's advantages and disadvantages, which appeared in the report that council received on March 20th. And that's what the Splash Pad Committee referred to as their business case. I want to discuss some synergies, some funding opportunities, and then wrap it up. In terms of the consultation process, there's a perception, or there seems to be a perception shared by some councillors and the Sault Ste, that we had our opportunity to come to council. And if we did, I will accept full responsibility on behalf of the Downtown Association for not paying attention to agendas and getting ourselves on the agenda so that we actually had that opportunity. And there's also perception that we're whining to the media and playing in the sandbox, and we're not fighting in the sandbox. I've not once made one single statement to the media about the splash pad. When council made their decision on March 20th, David Hellwig from SooToday came to our meeting where we expressed our disappointment at our downtown association meeting and put in an article. And subsequent to that, the Sault Ste contacted Josh and asked him some questions, and then proceeded to put in an extremely biased article in the Sault Ste without knowing the full extent of our argument. So just in case council has that perception, we just want you to understand that what we have to say is irrelevant, and please don't cloud the relevance with perception. We feel that we should have been invited as opposed to inviting ourselves, quite frankly. And specific to the March 20th meeting, I don't know how we could have invited ourselves. I guess we could have showed up. But we had Councillor Romano there. The agenda comes to the public on a Friday, so we didn't even know it was on the agenda. But Councillor Romano at the time did his best to express our position, although as a board we had no opportunity to brief Councillor Romano. So we had no consultation process ourselves. The reason we feel we should have been invited, and not only us, others, the very nature that a downtown location was being considered. And at one point, it was Clergue Park. It was always going to be Clergue Park, and it was going to be driven by the Rotary. As a member of Parliament, I remember talking to Rotary, and this was a Rotary initiative at Clergue Park. And the very fact that Clergue Park was being considered, I think that should indicate that the Downtown Association should be invited to speak. We believe that a downtown location has a positive economic impact on our members, and I'll do my best to try to demonstrate that. And the minutes of the Splash Pad Subcommittee indicate that Rotary was invited to see a presentation. And if Rotary was invited, I would think that we should have been invited as well. I mean, we're a partner in this community. We partnered with the city in the downtown parking. We partnered with the city in the downtown community improvement plan. We partnered with the city and were consulted with the vacant unit tax rebate. We consulted with council on our own strategic plan, yet for some reason we weren't asked to be part of this. And we would like an explanation as to why that was. Now, that being said, we believe that council, in the absence of a fulsome consultation, because we don't believe a fulsome consultation occurred, we believe council is obligated, if not mandated, to implement the plans already in place that were in fact approved by public consultation. And those plans, and I'll be brief on each one of these. The Downtown Improvement Plan of 2014 to 2017, the highlights of that, it asked for higher density residential development, increased activities, access to recreational amenities. Those were key highlights from that plan. And it spoke to Clergue Park specifically. And it said, initiate site planning design and site servicing improvements, i.e. water, sanitary, storm sewer, to accommodate future recreational facilities and a water fountain, acquire and install of water fountain feature park equipment. And this very argument, had some of that happen, one of the very arguments in terms of the $35,000 to $50,000 differential with respect to services, had we implemented that plan of 2014 to 2017, that differential in expenses may not be there. The Downtown Improvement Plan of 2017 to 2020, which was just completed, spoke to the need to attract commercial and residential investment to the downtown core that increases commercial and dwelling densities, decrease vacancies, increase the amount of entertainment, food, and cultural opportunities in the downtown. And it spoke to the need to monitor the performance of the Downtown Community Improvement Plan on an ongoing basis of evidence that the goals of the downtown strategy are being met. Well, the 2014 to 2017, if we monitor that, there were certainly some things in there that weren't met. And with all respect to council, there's some great things that have been done with downtown. Don't get me wrong, we recognize that. But performance appraisals are based on strategic plans. And Josh knows that because we did our strategic plan and he's developing his business case around the strategic plan. We believe that a splash pad will certainly at least help partially fulfill the obligations of the Downtown Improvement Plan. The Downtown Strategic Plan, and this is not our downtown strategic plan as the Downtown Association. This is the city's downtown strategic plan. Spoke to the need to develop a vibrant residential neighborhood, encourage the development of neighborhood infrastructure, integrate features for children to enjoy, such as play areas, splash pads, and other family-oriented places throughout downtown, and investigate the feasibility of adding public washrooms in the downtown core. I would suggest it's obvious that a splash pad is a family-oriented place. And we do believe that a splash pad located downtown will help decrease vacancies downtown. We believe it will help bring investment downtown. The City of Sault Ste. Marie strategic plan, and this was the one and only reference that the splash pad subcommittee made to strategic plans. They mentioned the City of Sault Ste. Marie strategic plan, focus area infrastructure, planning for new infrastructure to replace deteriorating assets and create new public spaces will support competitiveness on a global scale. Well, I would suggest that other considerations within the city's strategic plan, quality of life, create vibrant downtown areas. Number 2, community development partnerships, quote, maximize economic development and investments so that existing and new businesses can flourish. Might a splash pad help trigger that? Not only is it about what's best for our children, it's always about what's best for our business community as well. Now, in terms of the Thunder Bay experience, Thunder Bay's goal is to have a splash pad for every 5,000 children under the age of 9. So I don't think this will be our last ever splash pad. Prince Arthur Landing at Marina Park in Thunder Bay, and this is on the City of Thunder Bay's website. This is where I got this information. It's is the signature recreation destination. The community gathering place has transformed the City of Thunder Bay's waterfront into a mixed-use village, an animated waterfront park, reconnecting the downtown to the shores of Lake Superior. Since opening in December of 2011, Prince Arthur Landing has seen record attendance and the opening of several new businesses, which again supports net economic development. The Marina Splash Pad is the most popular part of the new waterfront development out of Northern Ontario travel. In terms of new businesses in Sault Ste. Marie, our downtown, Josh, I'm guessing we've probably lost more businesses than we've gained in the past year. And that economic benefit, which was something that I don't think was considered in the Splash Pad Committee's recommendation. And what that is, it's the long-term economic impact on our community as a whole. That includes increased taxes from businesses, new taxes and sustaining taxes, reduced vacancies, tourism, an increase in disposable income. It's generally part of most business cases, especially when public funds are being used. Now, Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, I would think, would probably have something to say about whether a downtown splash pad or a Bellevue Park splash pad might create more net economic benefit, or whether net economic benefit is even important. I contacted Tourism Sault Ste. Marie. They were not consulted. So I'll leave it at that for now. In terms of the comparative analysis, this is the business case that was presented to Council on March 12th. There were 7 points in that business case, and that formed the business case to my knowledge, unless there's something else out there that we're not seeing, but that's what was presented to Council. And I have looked at the minutes of the Splash Pad Subcommittee in PROC, and this is the business case. Estimated costs to run services are $30,000 to $50,000 more at Cleared Park. Parking, there's 233 spaces in Bellevue Park in comparison to 97 spaces at Cleared Park. I think it's actually a good thing. If the splash pad goes in Cleared Park and 97 spaces get filled, I actually believe there are solutions to that. And when you do factor in walking distance from the waterfront parking at Bellevue Park, factor that into Cleared Park, we believe there's plenty of parking spaces downtown. There is an operating budget staffing increase. So it'll cost $7,000 a year more at Cleared Park and $5,500 more for security. So $12,500, we believe there are efficiencies that can be found to offset that. The bus route was mentioned. Every 30 minutes, weekdays, hourly, and weekends. So that indicated to me that the committee gave that equal weight. I would suggest that every single bus goes downtown. The bus terminal is downtown. If you're going to get to Bellevue Park, you're going to have to take a transfer. They spoke to demographics. 775 people under the age of 14 within 1.6 kilometers of downtown versus 1,385 under 14 within 1.6 kilometers of Bellevue Park. I'm not sure I understand the relevance, but that would indicate that it's being built at Bellevue Park because there's more kids in that proximity. And I know that's not the intent of the Splash Pad Committee. But I do want to talk a little bit about those demographics, especially the downtown demographics. And this is from a report that was commissioned by the Social Services Department in the city of Sault Ste. Marie. And also, there was another report commissioned by the United Way. And they were looking at determining where to locate services for our youth. Downtown, people under the age of 18 living in low income downtown are 40 to 55% versus 4.5% to 10% for Bellevue Park. There's 400 families downtown receiving social assistance. The after-tax median income downtown is $23,551 versus $51,309 for the rest of the city. Now, this was in 2011, but I believe it's probably still relevant. Downtown kids need activities, and everybody's going to come to the splash pad, regardless of where it's located. It'll get used. We know that. But the question is, will our downtown kids be able to afford to get to Bellevue Park? They're going to have to bus. The majority of families downtown are single family. I would suggest probably they don't have a lot of vehicles. So there's a cost involved. And the final one was there's concessions at Bellevue Park and there's no concessions at Third Park. And I think that brings forth private sector opportunities for Third Park, quite frankly. In terms of synergies, I have no dispute at all. The Downtown Association, no dispute. There's great reasoning behind why a splash pad should be in Bellevue Park, unquestionably. But there's also great reasons why a splash pad should be in Clerk Park. There's synergies, there's activities for youth. There's programs that the library puts on that are youth-oriented. There's programs that the art gallery puts on that are youth-oriented. I mean, I can picture a splash pad downtown, and I can picture programs downtown during the summer for our kids that bring in the Bush Plane Museum, the Heritage Discovery Center. I could also see perhaps some infrastructure sharing with the library or perhaps the art gallery, if those infrastructure costs are the big concern. Now, once again, to my knowledge, no consultation occurred with these downtown businesses that are critical to our downtown. And if council ultimately does make a decision on Bellevue Park, I would ask council to just, in terms of priorities, I mean, I believe there's a Bellevue Park master plan in the works. In terms of priorities, if there's $200,000 in public money going in, is the best priority for a splash pad, or are there other priorities down in Bellevue Park? And I think the same could be probably said for Clerk Park. Where are we with the Clerk Park master plan? At one point, there was one heck of a Clerk Park master plan. That was when I was on council. So I don't know where we are with that, but I think both of those need to be considered before council puts their final stamp on this. Finally, in terms of funding opportunities, the original application for a feasibility study long ago, I think it was maybe even 2011, was to NOHFC for a feasibility study with eligibility criteria being the need to demonstrate that the investment in strategic infrastructure would improve the competitiveness of the tourism industry and enhance the visitor experience. I understand now there's a funding application into Trillium for $150,000. I also believe there was a funding application into Canada 150. And I don't know where that went, but I don't think we were approved. And the question becomes one of, why weren't we approved? And let's not make the same mistake twice. There is a stronger visitor experience downtown. There is a stronger tourism experience downtown. I think that's irrefutable. The second question is, has it been determined what Rotary would fund if Clerk Park was the preferred option? And this is right out of the Sault Ste. The Sault Ste mentioned $200,000. I really don't know what Rotary would fund, but I do know Rotary was at the Splash Pad subcommittee. And we do know the minutes stated there was a question and answer, and that was it. And so we have no idea what the Splash Pad subcommittee and Rotary talked about. But if, in fact, Rotary was at the table for a third park location, if they were at the table for $200,000 plus, I would think that the council should have known that prior to making a decision on the location. I think that's a pretty critical piece of information. The Sault Ste, again, I know I slammed them earlier, so now I'm giving them some kudos. They stated about the Property Purchase Reserve Fund. They brought that to the attention of council after the fact, after March 20th. Would the Property Purchase Reserve Fund, which is fully committed to the Downtown Development Initiative, be eligible for funding a downtown splash pad or some component thereof? Downtown community improvement. There is funds there through the plan. Can they not be used for a splash pad downtown? And finally, with respect to the Downtown Association, we weren't asked ever if we would be in a position to contribute funding. We weren't asked anything, so I'm not sure anybody wanted to ask us. So if council defers this, we'll certainly find out. We believe that certainly we're in a position, but that's not the gist of the argument tonight. We believe our arguments are very strong without us having to contribute money, but we will go to our members. We absolutely will. We have a reserve. We have a small reserve of $100,000. I think as a board, we'd be happy to recommend to our downtown members that some of that money be used to offset that $35,000 to $50,000 difference in funding. We certainly would. And it would be up to our members to make that decision. So, in conclusion, successive downtown improvement plans, the downtown strategy, the BIA strategy, the city strategic plan, the community adjustment plan, which I haven't talked about, but Gail Broad was here in a great presentation. And Gail Broad stated, within the community adjustment plan, a vibrant downtown is an important component of building a more attractive community for residents and businesses alike. We should ensure that we focus on and prioritize the ongoing community efforts to reestablish our downtown as the vibrant core of our community. Yes, Bellevue Park is the park in our community. Downtown is the vibrant core of the community. It needs to be. And it also stated we want to foster a pro-business and entrepreneurial environment in municipal government that encourages growth and development. Now, I remember that meeting because I watched that meeting. And Councillor Shoemaker, and I quote, after that Community Adjustment Committee report, he said, "Is this working in favor of the recommendations in this report or against the recommendations in this report? I want to see that it's actually being followed." Well, I would suggest that through all the strategic planning, there are numerous recommendations that council will not be questioned in terms of putting a splash pad in Clerk Park. I would suggest to council that a downtown destination splash pad is significantly more critical than a Bellevue Park. I mean, in the simplest sense, let's just put this down to the simplest sense. In the simplest sense, downtown needs the splash pad more than Bellevue Park needs the splash pad. And yes, eventually Bellevue Park should have a splash pad, and parks in the West End should have a splash pad. We understand all that. The inaugural splash pad needs to be downtown. It took us this long to get to this point. So if council makes a decision, we're going to put it in Bellevue Park, well, how long will it take before we get our second splash pad? And what's the lost opportunity cost to our downtown businesses? You know, this is critical. I know it's a splash pad. It sounds silly, but it's critical. Thunder Bay shows how critical it is. 4 times more the people there than they ever thought would be. 15 new businesses since 2011. So I leave that with council, and the decision is ultimately yours. The community, they've heard the Sault Ste's position, and now I hope that they'll hear our position in full. And I look forward to answering any questions, and if there are no questions, I'll sit down and listen to the debate if council's going to have a debate over this. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Do we have any questions for Mr. Hayes? Councillor Churko.
Thank you, Brian, for that presentation on behalf of the Downtown Association. So I wrote down a couple of little words that you mentioned throughout your presentation. One of them was loud and clear. If you can maybe spend a minute on it. Consultation, that seems to be your big concern and as the Downtown Association?
I guess the question becomes one of public meeting versus public consultation. And yes, there were public meetings over this. And I guess if somebody wants to get invited to a public meeting, you could go onto the city's website and you could pay attention to when something's come up that's significant to you, and you could get yourself invited to the meeting. Versus stakeholder consultation is where the group that's going to make a recommendation actually invites stakeholders to get a sense of their position on things. So in this particular case, we believe there were a lot of stakeholders that weren't invited, and again, I apologize. We'll pay more attention next time. But this wasn't a fulsome public consultation by any stretch of the imagination.
And just a couple of follow-ups, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The consultation, did you consult with the members of the Downtown Association, how they felt about this?
We have had informal consultations with the members of the Downtown Association. The challenge was the decision was made. So, yes, there's some members of the Downtown Association that aren't happy. And as a board, we're not happy. And all of our members, I would suggest, know that we're here tonight. And we didn't have any members coming to us saying, don't you go there and say anything about that. That's not our position. We believe that our position fairly reflects that of our members.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you think there's room for 2 splash pads in Sault Ste. Marie?
I think he's made it clear in his presentation. He thinks there's room for multiple splash pads in Sault Ste. Marie.
It's all a matter of
Mr. Mayor,
cold hard cash. It's a matter of funding. It's a matter of priorities. And it's a matter of the type of splash pad you want to put in. I agree wholeheartedly with the mayor. We don't want to sacrifice for cost. Like, we're going to have a splash pad. We want a nice splash pad. I would recommend to council, again, for the benefit of downtown, it's more critical if it were downtown, a splash pad that you can turn into a skating park in the winter. That's what Thunder Bay does. And it creates that necessary activity downtown.
Thank you. The reason why I say that, Mr. Mayor, is I've heard from a couple of fellow mayors and councillors that their municipality has a couple, some 3 splash pads, even smaller than Sault Ste. Marie. Thank you.
That's true. Okay, so we'll have the clerk read the motion. Please, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
You're welcome.
The motion appears under Agenda Item 8.3. It's a motion by Councillors Fata and Hollingsworth, whereas Council has chosen to undertake the steps necessary for the development of a splash pad at Bellevue Park based on an analysis of 2 proposed locations, the other being Clerg Park, and whereas the Downtown Association was not invited to participate in the public consultation process to present the view of its members, and therefore believes that significant factors contributing to the decision were not adequately considered by Council, and whereas the Downtown Association feels it's important to have a wholesome discussion to present its position as to the merits of a downtown location to downtown revitalization, the community as a whole, and specifically to the strategic direction of downtown as identified in successive downtown improvement plans and the city's downtown strategic plan. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council reconsider the location of the proposed splash pad project.
Okay, so that's the motion, Council, and reconsiderations, I had it in my mind that there was some that spoke in favor and somebody spoke against, so I checked the rules before the meeting to make sure I was right. I'm not correct. It's not limited to one in favor and one against, but it is limited to, you have to speak to the actual reasons of why you would or wouldn't or should or shouldn't reconsider. So the motion is about reconsidering. It's not about, a whole bunch of other things. So if somebody wants to speak in favor of the reconsideration, we'll take that first. Councillor Fata, it's your motion. Do you want to speak for it? We always go to the person who moves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Speak against.
Well, one thing that I will state first and foremost is the presentation that we just received, I think, should serve as ample information as to whether this resolution should be passed. I think there's a lot to be said with the downtown location, and I think it certainly is something that I think we probably haven't really given it much thought, because I have a feeling that most members of council maybe already had it in their minds that Bellevue Park was the ideal location. As far as I'm concerned, personally, as far as Bellevue Park, I certainly have made comments about Bellevue Park in the past. It seems like we've always taken things away from Bellevue Park, whether it was the bandstand where we had entertainment, whether it was the Bonsu events, including even the polar bear swim was being taken away from Bellevue Park. It seems like there's been an exodus of events and activities from Bellevue Park, and I've said more than once that I think it's become more of a neighborhood park than the jewel that we all grew up to believe that it was. I certainly believe that the arguments and the comments that were made, I think, were important for us all to digest. I certainly am of the belief that, in terms of the overall picture, I think that the downtown location serves some very important aspects of our community. In terms of the Bellevue Park location, I think it's more of a location that takes you away from the core of the city. And the core, and by that I certainly mean the downtown location. I think it's vitally important that we put our energies and strengths towards that inner core, and which includes, as all of us know, the downtown area, which is a sizable assessment. And we should recognize the fact that if this splash pad has any positive effect to the downtown core in terms of new businesses, in terms of traffic, in terms of tourism, any of that nature. And I should mention that I had a brief conversation with Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, and they were, I don't want to necessarily quote them exactly, but they seem to be more in favor of the Clerk location versus the Bellevue Park. But that's just common sense. That would seem to me that that's common sense, because keeping something central, as we did with the SR Center, keeping it downtown, with the notion that the casino was in a better spot downtown versus somewhere else like Strathclyde Park, as I seem to remember. The downtown is the focus here, and I think it's important to appreciate what has been presented here today. I don't know how the majority of council feels, but I certainly would like to believe that they kept an open mind today when Brian spoke on this. I hope that he's able to make some very important comments that I think may have affected some of our thoughts on this. So I just want to say that I think as the first splash pad that we will build in this city, I think the downtown location would be a far better location for the majority of people, for the majority of Suites, for the majority of taxpayers, for the majority of the downtown association, and again, a very important part of our whole structural base, because if we don't, if we keep saying that we're going to cater to the downtown, we're going to try and revive it and recreate it, and so this is proof here that we are, in fact, very serious about helping our inner base, the downtown, continue to survive, and to flourish, and to expand. So I will certainly ask the council to consider what Brian Hayes had to say today and vote in favor of the Clerk Park location.
That's not the motion before us, Councillor Fada. There's no motion before us to move this to Clerk Park. The motion before us is to reconsider the decision that council already made to put it in Bellevue. So,
Well, I think that's a step in the right direction, Mr.
okay.
Mayor.
So just so there's no confusion and for the people that are watching, this isn't a decision to move this to Clerk Park. Councillor Christian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wrote down some notes, so if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to read this so I don't forget anything. I appreciate Mr. Hayes' comments. I understand where he's coming from, and I understand who he represents, so I appreciate his comments. First of all, I want to remind Council that our committee worked tirelessly to evaluate 2 possible locations that were considered, and that our committee right now is continuing to work on completing the splash pad at Bellevue Park. Remember, Council voted unanimously to support the building of the splash pad at Bellevue Park based on extensive information, part of which was presented to Council today, and it was done through city staff through the auspices of PRAC. It's a recreation sports entity. That's where the information came from, and that was the focus. I want to thank Mr. Albert Williams, who as a private citizen has been running hockey tournaments, the proceeds of which are earmarked for the splash pad at Bellevue. I also want to thank other organizations in our community who recognize the importance of the splash pad at Bellevue. As we speak, they are right now considering financial contribution. I certainly don't want to mention them by name because that would jeopardize our talks with them. And finally, I want to recognize Rotary for their $20,000 contribution. It's greatly appreciated. We can't speak enough about their generosity. Splash pads, by their very nature, are completely accessible. Perhaps more so than any other children's playground equipment, the young people who will benefit the most for that splash pad going into Bellevue are the children that Rotary and other like-minded organizations in this community work tirelessly day in, day out, year in, year out to support. It's unfortunate this issue is before Council after months of planning and effort on behalf of the committee. This isn't good leadership. This isn't good governance. Most people in the community evidence, I've heard it from time and time again, it just shows indecisiveness. And quite frankly, I've heard it from people, not my words, that were pandering. I don't think it's necessary to review all the logical reasons why the splash pad needs to be built at Bellevue Park. According to local media, the vast majority of the public get it. Comments offered recently on social media and the informal survey conducted by SooToday a few months ago clearly demonstrate the public wants the splash pad at Bellevue Park. They are the constituents. The splash pad is not an economic entity. It's a children's water playground which is open on a seasonal basis. I heard Thunder Bay's Prince Arthur's Landing, and although Mr. Hayes framed it somewhat, I think bringing up the whole Prince Arthur's Landing is a bit of a false equivalency. The fountain and wading pool, which I saw in the pictures from their website in Thunder Bay, that's part of a multi-million-dollar redevelopment on their waterfront. It includes a marina, a skate park, art center, and spirit garden. A standalone splash pad at Clerg doesn't quite fit that bill. Council's unanimous decision to build a splash park at Bellevue is in no way an indication that this council will not support the future development of the downtown core. It's presented as a zero-sum game, that if we don't approve this today, we're not supporting the downtown redevelopment. And in my opinion, that's completely unfair. I do agree that we do need more splash pads in Sault Ste. Marie. We're just debating on priority. Seems to me if you have an infrastructure in place that you need to do what the public in general want. So I fully support at some point down the road, perhaps a splash pad in the downtown core. But I also think it's important that it cannot be reactionary like this is. We've got a strategic plan in place. We need more specific plans for specific area redevelopment. And if a splash pad or any other children's feature could be accommodated there, then I think I can speak on behalf of all of council that we would certainly support it. We eagerly anticipate and fully support any specific plans that the Downtown Association bring forwards. I think it's important to remember that our committee has invested many hours advancing in this important project including securing the help of Doug Leask, an engineer with WSP, who has generously offered pro bono his assistance and expertise in the splash pad committee. In addition, site planning and layout of the Bellevue Park location is well underway. Finally, the committee is considering a flow-through system that will allow wastewater at Bellevue site to flush the duck pond, improve water circulation there, which will address an outstanding problem that has existed for 4 years. And I want to compliment staff for thinking about how we could best turn this into a green enterprise and to repurpose some of that water that's vitally needed for the duck pond. Given all of this, I can tell you that this resolution is ill-advised and unwarranted. It dismisses the hard work of the committee and undermines the public confidence in the council's decision-making. This is a water playground for young people and young families. It's not an economic panacea. Bellevue Park offers plenty of space, trees for wind blockage, concessions, washrooms, and the necessary parking. I spoke to Peterborough, who has the town has several water parks. Their planner told me the key thing to remember is ample parking space is key. You have to have ample parking space. You have to try to turn your locations into more of a tourist destination that has a multi-purpose function, to it. The splash park at Bellevue will complement the existing children's equipment that exists there already, making this a true destination, not only for the general public, but for tourists, and most importantly, for those individuals with physical exceptionalities. We have the sensory park there. It only makes sense as civic leaders that we do what we can to build on that density. That's good public planning. That doesn't mean that a splash pad isn't needed downtown. This is about putting it and prioritizing it where it needs to be first. I disagree with a couple of points. I think that were presented, I think the most important thing we need to consider is the children of Sault Ste. Marie. We as civic leaders are playing ping pong with this thing while the children in this community are waiting. They will access the splash pad where it belongs at Bellevue. I can tell you, sitting on DSAB, that bus passes are available for people in need, and it's not just to the East End. They can use those bus passes to go anywhere. I want to make one other point. Rotary was not necessarily invited to a consultation. The decision to move to Bellevue Park was made. Rotary asked to speak to us about possible funding, and that's where the meetings with Rotary took place. They weren't involved in any consultation specifically as a group. The money that was identified, that was mentioned, the Canada 150, it wasn't missed. The applications went in earlier, and that money was supporting the Strathclair lighting. One other point, there was a point made about turning it into a four-season rink. When the Splash Pad Committee met, I believe the number was somewhere around $900,000 to turn that into a four-season attraction. So as much as we'd love to do it, and I submitted a very major plan when I first started with this, most of which is not on the table right now. We need to do a good splash pad and do it properly. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to conclude with, I said it before, and I'll say it again. We as City Council, leaders of organizations in this community, and the general public need to start pulling in the same direction. Advancing self-interest or playing politics with issues isn't going to get us anywhere as a community. I'm, as you can tell, I'm against this, so I will be asking for a recorded vote.
Okay. So that was pretty exhaustive. We'll take additional comments if you have any, but I appreciate if no one reiterate what other councillors have said. Does any councillor have anything different to add? Because we've been on this matter now we're getting close to an hour. So, Councillor Bruni.
I have a couple of questions. And for Shelley there, regarding the reserve fund for property purchase funds, Mr. Hayes mentioned it. Do you know how much we have in there?
I don't have the exact amount off the top of my head, but what we did have in there was fully allocated to the downtown improvement plan. I think if I am interpreting Mr. Hayes' comments correctly, he's wondering if the downtown improvement plan has availability within it to fund the splash pad.
Okay.
Councilor Bruno, I'd ask you to keep the questions focused on the reconsideration, so we stay on the motion.
Well, I'm just speaking about what comments that were mentioned.
Well, it's not really relevant to whether or not we should be reconsidering.
No? Okay, thanks.
Anything else, Council? Councillor Hollingsworth?
With regards to, I think the bottom line is we require a splash pad. Totally agree with that. Just out of curiosity, when I was younger, I remember going to Bellevue Park and I remember the splash pad, I believe, when in the 70s, we used to go up and push the button and the water would come down. And it was a really simple structure, but it was very effective. Out of curiosity, is there a possibility that we can look at maybe one this year in Bellevue Park and put on the budget, when we talk about the budget for 2018, consider a second one? Like, can we put that, or how?
So, Councillor Hollingsworth, I'm going to say the same thing I said to Councillor Bruni. We have to stay focused on the reconsideration. To answer your question quickly, a councillor can put anything up for discussion during budget time. So nothing would stop you from doing that during budget time. But in the here and now, we have a reconsideration motion in front of us. The issues that we should be discussing are, should we reconsider the decision to put it at Bellevue Park, or should we not reconsider that decision? That's the issue before council. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the presentation we got, and I think Councillor Christian may have touched on this, but I just want to emphasize, perhaps in different words, that to spend, I think it's now our fifth meeting discussing this, is not a terribly good use of our time as governors of the corporation. So I think that while there are merits to either location, we made the decision, and to go back and reconsider it and then have another debate about the location of it if the reconsideration goes forward is, I think sort of inflates the importance of it. I realize it's an important, community service that we could provide, but it's not necessarily the biggest agenda item that we should be dealing with 5 meetings after the other. So I think the decision's made, and we should move forward and focus on, the big tasks that we face.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Anything else, Council? So we've asked for a recorded vote. We will do that. The only thing I'll say is that Councillor Christian and Councillor Shoemaker have articulated my thoughts in the matter, particularly Councillor Shoemaker. We made a decision. I think it was a good decision. We put a very shallow wading pool in a park where a lot of kids go, and we did it so the kids can have a lot more fun when they're in that park. It's pretty simple, and I think it was a good decision when we made it. So I wouldn't support a reconsideration. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Turco?
Is this for the...
For the reconsideration.
For.
Councillor Fata?
For.
Councillor Christian?
Against.
Councillor Krampotic?
Against.
Councillor Hupenin?
Against.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Against.
Councillor Grandinetti?
Against.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Against.
Councillor Nero?
Against.
Councillor Bruni?
Against.
Councillor Myers?
Against.
Councillor Butland?
Against.
Mayor Provenzano?
Against.
So the motion to reconsider fails.
Okay. So we are on the consent agenda, Council. Councillor Butland, we'll start with you. Consent agenda, do you have anything?
I believe I do, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
Go ahead.
We'll go to Councillor Myers, and she's got her hand
Go
up.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 6.8, the Humane Society.
Go ahead.
Okay. There's my little comments here. I see in the report, Mr. Vare, I believe it was, funding costs to the city have increased 64% in 10 years, and it states 60% of the increase was due to wages. Is that right, Mr. Vare? That's,
Mr. Vare, are you, you're with us here?
it's 6.8, item 6.8, Humane Society?
I think he's got a computer delay there. He's trying to pull it up, so.
Yeah, I've got the
Okay.
report.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go on with the other point, because what I'm asking is what's the other 40%? It's been a 64% increase in the last 10 years, and this really struck me last year at budget time when I saw the amounts. I thought, I don't remember this ever costing so much in the past, so I was very pleased to see in the report some specific data, and 64% in 10 years of our funding costs, that's quite a hit. It indicated 60% of that was due to wages. I want to know if that's if I'm understanding and interpreting that correctly, and then the other 40%, what was that due to? And then they've got a couple other questions.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, the Humane Society relayed the other cost increases largely tied into their insurance costs, the cost of electricity for the facility, and maintenance costs for the building, which is aging.
Okay. There's a list of the detailed services that are provided by the Sault Ste. Marie Humane Society. They're listed in your report. And then there's some total budget comparisons for North Bay and Timmins, each, of course, being smaller communities, but they show a considerably smaller amount of municipal funding. So the piece that's missing that I am curious about is what's the comparison services provided? Because you've got a detail about our services, our Humane Society services are, but there's no detail to be able to get some sense of whether we're on track with, say, Timmins and North Bay, or whether we're somehow or other costing a tremendous amount more. So do you have any understanding of what the services are in the other two cities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, I will say it was a challenge to actually get to compare the apples to apples between the different communities, because the different communities do have different models, and the accountabilities for who does what in all the communities is somewhat different in terms of bylaw enforcement shared within the city versus that's done separately. So there's a number of different ways that each community is approaching animal control services and sheltering services. So that's why we tried to build into the report that caution that in comparing apples to apples, it's difficult to look at the exact models between the communities and say, okay, this is exactly the same as what we have in Sault Ste. Marie. What we did do is try and focus on, here are the services that the Humane Society is providing, here are their hours of operation, their staff, and look at, okay, is that a reasonable sum in terms of the services that the city of Sault Ste. Marie is procuring for its animal control and pound sheltering service.
And I appreciate that, but I'm still saying I find it very difficult. It doesn't help me because I don't have, I don't know whether it's the right amount of money or not for the services. So I need to understand, and you've got a list, so you know what is being provided in our services. Can't we simply say to the North Bay or Timmins, which are the two referred to in the report, are you providing these services also? Or the other way around. I think one was 330,000, one was 180,000 or something. Could you not say, what are you doing for those? Because I'd like to see the comparison so that I have some sense of whether we're being gouged, whether it's appropriate, whether we're under funding, whether we're overfunding. And quite frankly, I'm very uncomfortable being asked to support this amount of money when I still don't really have any more information to know. All I know is that it's increased 64% in 10 years. So it's a bit rhetorical, I guess, but quite frankly, I'm finding it, I think I want this pulled, Mr. Mayor, because I can't support this because I don't feel I have enough information. So.
For my information, Mr. Mayor, I'm a little confused by that. It's increased, but this year we've decreased it over last year, have we not?
46,000, yeah.
Okay. So, we can pull from consent. It was supported last year by council at essentially $50,000 more than it's being supported this year. So I just want to recognize, I think staff has gone in the right direction in that respect.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, but there's been issues every year with this. And here we are now. We asked for a detailed report because of the past, because we've been growing in our discomfort. We've got a detailed report with a huge gap to it, quite frankly. It still doesn't help me understand how do we stand. So we could just defer it if you wish, rather than pull it.
Let's pull it from consent right now, and we'll deal with it after we get out of the consent agenda.
And then the last point on this is...
Well, if we're going to deal with it outside the consent agenda, we'll come back to it.
Okay. Whatever's best procedurally.
Yeah, so we'll pull it from consent, and we'll just deal with that after we get through consent.
Okay.
So we'll separate that? Okay, so it's 6.8 is going to be separated. Councillor Butland, do you have your matters now?
They've got one of them, at least 6.11, naming rights of the SR Centre. I may be going beyond the correspondence between you and Galen Gosh, but I think it's resolved. Having been involved in the ill-fated first naming of the facility, which didn't pan out, and the second one, it would appear, had a sad ending as well. And when you mentioned, I guess it was in the media, the Star, that why don't we name it the Memorial Gardens? And it struck me at that time, I said, I think that is a good idea. And it's one time you say, I don't think we should mix financing with something like this. And what really triggered me to bring it up tonight, if nothing else is timely, is I read a whole lot, I should have read it in the past, but about Dieppe, where 2,500 Canadian soldiers basically, well, not basically, they lost their lives, but there's a lot of sad stories in and around how that happened. So, lest we forget, I think people in Sault Ste. Marie still say that is the Memorial Gardens. Sault Memorial Gardens, and a little bit of history, I'm going beyond where I should be. In 1949, completed for $765,000. Seating at that time was 3,990. Well, I remember very well because I used to sit in the steps along with a whole bunch of other people on the concrete steps, and you'd have 5,000 people in there when the seating capacity was 3,990. And then they started talking about exits and so on. 2006, it was demolished, and where we're at now. So I don't think I'd want to put a resolution forward, but I put it out to the public. I say, what do you think? Should we seek out another naming rights for $1 million or whatever, or should we revert back and celebrate the history and remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice? Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Butland. I can just tell Council that I think staff's going to be back to Council with a report in the near term on how to proceed, and then we'll make some decisions once we receive that report.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to go to Planning, Council, and then we're going to come back to consent after Planning. So we have 2 items on our planning agenda tonight. It is 5:30, which is the advertised time for that planning agenda. The first item is 7.6.1, 120 Simpson Street. Madam Clerk.
I have a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Bruni, resolved that the report of the senior planner dated August 21, 2017, concerning application A817Z be received, and that Council rezone the subject property from single detached residential zone R2 to single detached residential zone with a special exception R2S to permit a second dwelling unit to be located in the basement of the existing home, subject to the following special provisions. 1, that the required parking spaces be reduced from 3 to 2 spaces. 2, that the required parking spaces be permitted to be stacked. 3, that the north interior side yard be reduced to 0 meters for the existing residential building only. And 4, that parking be prohibited within the front yard area beyond the extent of the single driveway. And that the legal department be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect this approval.
Okay, so do we have anybody here on behalf of the applicant or the applicant themselves? Please proceed to the microphone. If you can just introduce yourself to Council, please.
Hi, I'm Stacey Esterbrookes, the owner of 120 Simpson.
Okay. Do you want to make any comments in support of the application? Yeah.
No, I agree with everything that's been said today.
Okay, so do we have any questions, Council, either for staff or the applicant? Seeing none, do I have anybody, sorry, go ahead. Do I have anybody here to speak against the application? Does anybody want an opportunity to speak against the application? Seeing none, I'll take comments. Councillor Myers.
I already did email Stacey, but I just really want to commend her for going through the process and doing this the right way. It doesn't always happen like that, and I really thank you for doing what you're doing.
You can thank my parents.
Okay, we thank them too.
Well, thank your parents then. All in favor? Carried. Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go on to 7.6.2, Madam Clerk.
Agenda item 7.6.2 is application A917Z and 57T17501 with respect to 3876 Queen Street East. A motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Fata. Resolved that the report of the senior planner dated August 21, 2017 concerning applications A917Z and 57T17501 be received and that Council rezone the subject property in the following manner. 1, that Lot 1 on the proposed draft plan be rezoned from single detached residential zone R2 to medium density residential zone R4 to permit up to 60 dwelling units upon Lot 1. 2, that lots 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the proposed draft plan be rezoned from single detached residential zone R2 to low density residential zone R3 to permit up to 51 dwelling units upon lots 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3, that Block 6 on the proposed draft plan be rezoned from single detached residential zone R2 to Parks and Recreation Zone, PR, to facilitate the establishment of a neighborhood park. That Council approves an amended draft plan of subdivision by replacing the original draft plan 57T88007 dated November 3, 1988, for the subject property only, with the amended draft plan 57T17501, dated July 18, 2017, subject to the following conditions to draft approval. Number 1, subdivision agreement that prior to any development, site alteration, or the creation of new lots, the subdivider enter into a subdivision agreement with the city with respect to, but not limited to, the following: that the streets, corner roundings, in-ground services, sidewalks, drainage, etc. be designated or be designed and constructed to the satisfaction of the Director of Engineering Services or his designate. Number 2, phasing plan, that prior to the finalization of the subdivision agreement, a phasing plan be completed to the satisfaction of the Director of Engineering Services or his designate, which outlines the phasing of the development with respect to lot creation and servicing. The phasing plan shall also consider increased flows through the existing swale, which runs along the west lot line of the subject property towards Queen Street East. Number 3, tree planting, that prior to the finalization of the subdivision agreement, a fee based upon the provision of 1 tree per 18 meters of frontage of lots 1 to 5 be collected from the developer for tree planting. Number 4, parkland and stormwater management lands dedication, that blocks 6 and 7, as shown on the amended plan, be dedicated to the municipality for parkland, block 6, and stormwater management, block 7. Number 5, Phase 2 archaeological assessment, that a Phase 2 archaeological assessment be completed prior to entering into a subdivision agreement and prior to any development or site alteration within the portion of the subject property identified as having high archaeological potential. The archaeological assessment shall be completed by a licensed archaeologist to the satisfaction of the Ontario Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport.
Do you want a break? I can do 6 through 10 if you like. Sediment control plan, that prior to the finalization of the subdivision agreement, the developer submit a sediment control plan to the satisfaction of the Director of Engineering or his designate in the Sault Ste. Marie Conservation Authority. 7, that a sidewalk be provided along one side of the full extent of Sinclair Drive to the satisfaction of the Director of Engineering Services or his designate. 8, pedestrian link to White Pines and Terry Fox Place. That the developer be required to construct and deed to the city a pedestrian link along the north line of Lot 1, with location details to be determined through site plan control as Lot 1 is developed. Infrastructure standards, that all future servicing infrastructure be to current city standards. Number 10, adequate firefighting flows, that prior to the finalization of the subdivision agreement, the developer be required to carry out an engineering assessment and design of the water distribution system to ensure that the provision of adequate fire flows without compromising the existing distribution system to the satisfaction of PUC Services, Inc. You can finish.
Number 11, PUC agreements, that the developer be required to enter into a subdivision agreement with the PUC regarding electrical and water services, and that the legal department be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect this approval.
Planning really shouldn't do that. So, do we have anybody here in favor of the application or the applicant himself? Mr. Spatafor, you be here on behalf of the applicant?
I am. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Floor is yours. Would you like to speak to the matter?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good afternoon. As you've indicated, Mr. Mayor, I'm here on behalf of 1890713 Ontario, Inc., as in the normal course, represented by Mr. Paul Gwendon, who's here with me today, and he is the lead on the development. I don't want to rehash too much of what was already presented in the planning report, but I just wanted to address one key issue. And that is that when we see applications like this brought forward, there's often a concern as to how is this going to change the feel and the flow of the neighborhood, and how does it change or address issues of demand and supply. Basically, what the applicant is seeking to do is to amend for the purposes of instilling some sense of flexibility within future development plan. And oftentimes when we look at these categorizations, we think of apartment buildings, we think of attached units, and we're increasing density. Of course, that's a true fact, we'll admit it. But it also doesn't take away the possibility of addressing market demand, where we may still have the opportunity, if the market so demands it, to build, ultimately, single, detached dwellings. And so this is essentially what's driving this application. For those who have had an opportunity to either speak with Mr. Gwynnon or visit the area, you will see that there are currently 14 units that have been built that lead on Sinclair Drive towards Dacey Road. And at the moment, that is proposed to get up to 61 units. The developer, along with his investors, are extremely conservative. This doesn't, by that I mean the following. They are not looking to get an application approved today to then go and put a shovel in and start building 3-4 floor unit apartments. They are looking to focus on their 61 units and have some flexibility to develop according to what they propose for Lot 1, Lot 2, Lot 3, Lot 4. I just wanted to ensure that that message came across.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments in favor of the application, Mr. Spatafor?
That's fine for now.
Anybody here to speak against the application? Seeing none, do we have any comments, questions, councilors? Councilor Butland.
Questions. Judging by the resolution, you know just how convoluted and complex this development would appear to be. Mr. Spatafora's clarifications it helps a lot. There was one objector who wrote a very objective letter to us and to planning, and good work to Peter Tonazzo from the planning department. He allayed most of those fears, and as a result, that one objector removed his objections via email. My question would be, given the uncertainty it would appear, what do you mean by the flexibility? You probably have explained it, but and perhaps in a layperson's terms. And what kind of time frames are we looking at as we move forward with this development?
Right. In terms of clarifying the concept of the flexibility, it is to have, if the market drives towards continuing what the developer has already started to do along Sinclair, then perhaps continuing to develop that area, heading from essentially the back of White Pines through Queen Street along the same way, having the flexibility to say, follow that characterization, which planning my understanding is a proponent of, to have a bit of a mixture of the housing that is in the area, whether it's attached, single family, apartment complex of 3 or 4 floors. So it's to basically be able to look at what is the market going to do between now, 6 months, a year, 2, 3, and be able to develop accordingly. In terms of time frame, basically, 14 units were built, 14 units are filled. My client tells me that he's got a long list and he gets calls regularly for people that are looking for that specific type of dwelling. In terms of continuing to build, right now I believe that phase 2 is getting ready as part of the Sinclair Road development, but I think we're looking at a few years, I think is a good way, and of course, depending on how deep pockets of the investors are.
Thank you. One further question to planning to Mr. McConnell. In the report, in a very thorough and comprehensive report, site plan control, given the nature of this development and the flexibility that's built in, which I support, should site plan not be a part of this development?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Butland,
It is the city's policy. I guess the quickest answer to that is yes, it is part of this development. It is the city's policy, and it's already contained in the zoning bylaw that for apartment developments, the city does use site plan control. For the benefit of people watching at home, that is a detailed development agreement dealing with the location of the building, location of parking, lighting, buffering, landscaping, those sorts of matters. That would apply to the apartment buildings. We also apply that to townhouse or multiple attached developments. It is the city's policy not to use that on single family, single detached developments or on semi-detached developments. So in this case, and we've heard Mr. Spatafora say that there is some uncertainty as to how the project will develop. If it is developed, and I expect portions of it will be for apartments and townhouses, site plan control will apply. For any portions that are developed as single family or semi-detached, there will not. It is the city's policy not to use site plan agreements.
Thank you. I'll have brief comments at the end, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so next I have Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question for Director McConnell. Where is it here? One of these numbers had, yes, parkland land dedication. So basically, as I understand it, part of this subdivision that would go in, or part of this development that would go in, would require the developer to put a park within the area, which would then become a city-owned park, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I spoke to Councillor Butland about this yesterday because, as many will recall, he and I had a motion on the agenda to determine how well our parks are being used. And I just don't know if it's necessary to add parks when we don't know. That's another park to cut the grass at, that's another park to maintain, when we don't know if our current parks are being used. So, you know, my suggestion would be that we get cash in lieu of parks so we could put it into our existing parks rather than adding parks to our stock. Is that possible?
So I think that's a larger policy issue that you have to raise outside of this specific application, Councillor Shoemaker, because it right now that's directing planning staff they have to follow that policy, and that's in this application. If you want to can revisit the whole issue of whether we even require parks or whether we always just take cash in lieu, I think that's something that should be revisited independent of this application at a separate meeting.
Yeah, okay. Is that something we can do, I guess?
Mr. McConnell?
Mr. McConnell?
That's, Mr. Mayor, that is, we can certainly review our parks policy. The Planning Act does allow for council to take 5% of the property of new developments for parkland. And the alternative to that is simply to accept a cash payment in lieu of the parkland. Yeah. In this particular case, though, to the west, the nearest park would be the one adjacent to Parkland School, I believe. And there's considerable number of people living in this neighborhood when you look at all the Terry Fox development and the additional developments north of that, which do abut this property. So I think there is an argument to be made that there is a need for a park in this area. We have had that brought forward to us on several other occasions in the past about the lack of parkland in this area.
Okay, so in this case, you'd recommend a park, but I think the larger issue, Councillor Shoemaker, is if we're going to reconsider how we approach that, it should be independent or outside of this specific application.
Understood. That will form the basis for another
motion. You're quickly getting to 100. Okay, so any other questions of staff on this application? Go ahead, Councillor Christian.
Mr. Mayor, this is directed to planning, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, in here, as part of the rezoning application, city is looking at putting in a swale behind the properties that currently exist. I guess I just was wondering if you could speak to that specifically, how that would work, the timing, and are there standards in which we have to actually build that swale? Are there environmental standards? My concern is with all that, the reconstruction of that area. I don't want to see any problems occurring for the people that already have properties there. Just wondering if you could speak to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, the swale, like the whole stormwater management system, will be constructed by the developer, not the city. And the development is such that of the work that's gone on so far with the townhouse development that Mr. Spatafor referred to earlier, that drains towards Daisy Road. When they move into the next phase of development, that will start to drain down towards Queen Street, even though Queen Street is quite some distance away at that point. What we're requiring is that as part of that work, as part of that next step, swales are constructed along the westerly edge of the property and then across to the extension of the road and down to Queen Street to capture any water coming off that site so that it doesn't affect the properties that are currently fronting on Queen Street. And I believe Mr. Spatafor or his client may have already talked to the parties that would have been affected by this.
I confirm that Mr. Gwendon has been in regular contact with the neighbors with regards to that specific issue.
Okay, so thank you. I'll have a brief comment at the end.
Okay. There was one objection letter I saw in the materials. Councillor Butland said that the objection was withdrawn. Was that a different objection that was withdrawn, or is the one in the materials still stand?
Mr. Mayor, that was the one that was withdrawn.
Okay,
the author of that did send an email in this afternoon confirming that.
I just wanted clarity in that respect. Okay, so no other questions, so we'll just take comments and then we'll have a vote on it. Councillor Christian, do you want to start?
Briefly, I mean, we welcome development in Sault Ste. Marie, and as Councillor Butland pointed out, this is an extensive report, and I'm confident that the approach that's being taken is a step-by-step approach and a good one. My only concern that doesn't, I think it's more of a city concern, and that is the likelihood that there's going to be increased traffic with the local school there. I know that I've had complaints from residents in the area that there's no sidewalks on Queen Street, and one can only assume that as this development becomes more and more occupied, we're going to have a greater foot traffic in that area, and I'm concerned from a liability perspective that we're putting some kids at risk, but perhaps that's a separate conversation on another night, and that's something that perhaps my ward mate and I could discuss further. But that, as far as this development goes, I think it's well thought out, and I'll be supporting it. That's just my only concern going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Butland.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Christian raises a very valid point, and this has been on the books for probably 8 or 10 years, a request for a sidewalk. So as developments come on, there's more and more requirement or necessity, because walking on that section of Queen Street can be dangerous. There was, I understand, a recent objection. I didn't even receive it, so it's there. But the other one, he removed it from the book. So a development of this size, you fully anticipate that there is going to be a whole lot of objectors. But this is to say something on behalf of the developer, who Mr. Spatafor has pointed out, has talked to some of the residents, and also this new street, Sinclair Street. I don't know how many units there are on that street, but they're well done. And the people who are living there are quite content with what has been done. So we look forward to it. I think this is a good, and if not this development, what else could there be? I don't know if there will be single family. One would hope there would be, but you can't. So this phasing concept, I like that. The flexibility is built in, and now we'll rely on our planning department to ensure that the site plan control is in effect. So this is good for when I first read this, and it's a difficult project to work your way through. And I said, oh, there's going to be a myriad objectors on this, and basically there were almost none at all. So it's good for this. It's good for the ward. Good for development, good for the city and it's good for our tax base.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bretland. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not on Councillor Butland's agenda here, Madam Clerk. 7.6.2.1 additional correspondence. He doesn't have it there, and this is the one from Skyline.
So that is still on the, is that objection
That's
still on
on.
the record?
Yeah, he was referring to the McCord email, which has been withdrawn, but there's also this other one, and he doesn't have these on his, that's why, what he's referring to. I was showing it to him, because my question is to our planning director. There's a statement made in here that says, Sault Ste. Marie is currently struggling with high rental vacancy rates. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our planning director, that's news to me. I thought that we had the opposite issue. Can you comment on that, Don? Or you've got the Skyline letter, Don?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and just for clarification, there's actually 3 letters. The first letter was received by Mr. McCord. His concerns were addressed in our report. After reading our report and meeting with staff, he sent in an email to withdraw any objections he may have. There was a second letter that was received today from, which is the gentleman that Councillor Christian was speaking about. His concerns were with drainage. He has indicated that he is content with what is being proposed. As Mr. Spatafor indicated, they're in agreement with the recommendation from staff, which should resolve any concerns related to drainage. The third letter, which was also received late this afternoon, was from Skyline. Skyline is the property management company that manages Terry Fox Place as well as other buildings in town. Their objection is based on, as Councillor Myers said, that we have very high rental rates.
Vacancy,
sorry, very high vacancy rates. I can tell you that the most recent, CMHC does a very exhaustive survey of basically all the apartments in Canada every October. The most recent dates, information that we have is from October 2016. The local vacancy rate was 3.1%, which is considered on the low end of a healthy rate. By comparison, the national rate was 3.7. So unless things have changed greatly in the last 8 months or so, the city is not struggling with high vacancy rates. Individual buildings may be, but overall that is not the case.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, because that was, I remember that from being on the DSAP board, and I was thinking this was really, it was great to hear about this development for that very reason, that I think we need more inventory in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Council? Seeing nothing, all in favor? None opposed. Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Spatafor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are we going back to the consent agenda? Yep. Council, we're back on the consent agenda. Just before we get going, 6.5, customer service training, 6.8, Humane Society, 6.17, transient traders, and 6.19, wild exotic animals are all being pulled from consent. So as we go around the consent agenda, those 4 items will be dealt with independently. Councillor Butland, we left off at you. Okay,
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
You're done. That's great. Councillor Myers?
Items. Oh, I just lost everything here.
I'm going to move past you soon, Councillor Myers.
Well, it just, yeah, okay.
I did that I control your computer for mine.
Yeah, I can see. You wish. 6.15, fire services.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No problem.
This strategy provides council with an overall analysis of all the services and programs associated with fire services in keeping with provinces. And it says, quote, 3 lines of defense: protection, detection, escape, fire protection model. So in this fire protection model, through you, Mr. Mayor, to our chief, where does prevention fit in? Specifically, we've heard a lot about, and we read a lot in the general media about education, smoke detectors, etc. Where does that fit in under the protection, detection, escape? Am I right in that's really preventative versus after a fire? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Do you understand the question, Chief?
Yeah, I think so. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and Mrs. Myers.
Councillor Myers.
Councillor Myers, sorry. That's the second line of defense. Is if that's where you're asking where it fits in, there's 1, 2, and 3. That's the second.
Okay, I thought what I was reading is that the fire protection model is based on the 3 components: protection, detection, escape.
Those are components of that model. There's 3 lines of defense, which are
Right.
separate. That's a different thing.
Okay, So does prevention fit into that model is my question? Because it
Correct.
didn't.
Yes.
Okay. Education, smoke detectors, that kind of thing as prevention? I didn't see it referenced anywhere in the report. That's why I'm just trying to clarify that this isn't something that's separate.
Correct. It does fit in the 3 lines of defense, yes.
Okay. Just continuing, is there not a shift towards a goal to reduce the incidence of fire in the first place by heavily investing in prevention so that there's a lessening of the fire incidents? So I was, again, coming back to the model cited, where that would, is that the overall direction, is to really try and work towards prevention of incidents in the first place?
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Myers, that is one of our main goals, is through the reduction of fires through public education and prevention.
Okay. So, and then the other part of my question is, where does the rest of emergency services fit into the fire master plan? That is the medical emergency services piece. I realize it's medical emergency. Fire services is a first responder to many incidents that don't involve fire, and yet resources are used to respond and end up escalating our fire services costs when in fact it's a medical response. So how does that fit in as we look at the model?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, the EMS service is independent of the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. So they're regulated by the Ambulance Act. So the 3 lines of defense just reference the actual fire service side of the business.
Okay, so when a call goes into 911, there's a determination of who will respond, correct?
Correct.
Because it often seems to the public, I know that the fire service respond to everything.
So we run a tiered response with the medical side. When an initial 911 call comes in, it goes to the police. The caller's asked if it's a police, fire, or ambulance matter, and then that dispatcher directs the call to the appropriate agency.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On that same item. Seeing none? Okay, Councillor Myers, do you have any further items?
Oh, I do.
Well, let's keep at it.
6.21, the delegation of signing authority for the temporary street closures.
Okay, and we'll pass that to the Assistant City Solicitor. Go ahead, Councillor Myers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Melanie, when I read this, I actually think the process is now going to go through the clerk's office, really, correct? And it says that there's 30 days that the person, they have to submit within 30 days for a street closure. Then there's 5 days that are being allowed for the clerk's office to pass it all to other departments and get some comment back. And then there's 10 days for Public Works, who will be the sign-off, to be able to actually process it. So that's, you know, we're up to 45 days, which is really 6 weeks. And I thought that, and I didn't talk to the councillors who had moved this in the first place to get this report back, but I thought that it's not just about delegating the signing, but the whole motive behind that, I think, was to streamline it. And my question is, are we gaining anything in a time frame for our clients, those out there who wish to close a road? Has it always been 6 weeks in the process? Are we gaining anything? Have we shortened this, or have we just moved the... You finished? Moved the area of responsibility from one part of the city from City Council to staff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, essentially what the new process certainly does streamline the procedure, as the report indicated. Just to highlight a couple points, originally an applicant would have to literally go from place to place to receive the sign-offs and then submit everything to the clerks, and then we would again proceed from there. This certainly shortens that, because the applicant now will essentially make one visit and complete a form that will be available also online and inside the city clerk's office. My understanding of the process and the anticipated procedure was that as long as there's 30 days before the event, what needs to happen internally would happen within that time frame. So certainly we would be able to complete the task necessary within that time frame.
Okay, so it's all going to happen within the 30?
Correct.
Okay, I misinterpreted that. Okay.
And yes, certainly, sometimes we felt it was challenging because a lot of the street closures events would be
Right.
anticipated or planned, and
Gotcha.
and the public therefore now knows essentially what sort of timeframes required to make it happen.
Good, thank you, I appreciate that.
Anybody else on that one? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification, because that was a concern for sure. Really just a comment about that. I'm glad that, it's moving in a direction that makes it easier for people to get street closers. I think that was the purpose of bringing the resolution, and I'm happy that the result will hopefully result in that.
It's a good piece of work. Anybody else on 6.21? Councillor Myers?
Okay, the next one is the 6.22, demolition of 168 Church Street.
Yep.
First off, Mr. Mayor, I want to give full recognition and thanks to our Chief Building Official, Freddie Posabon, and his staff, Bylaw Officer Tyler Bertrand, for their diligence on seeing this file through to tonight. They've worked diligently on this and made sure the interests of the city and the residents both have been given care and attention. I think this is the first for me in my 11 years on council in terms of being engaged from the start on a demolition of a residential structure in Ward 2. And that in and of itself demonstrates this is not something that we enter into lightly or that we do in a high-handed fashion. I did have one Ward 2 resident who lives nowhere near there but was just curious, having read about it in the media. And the question to me was, is this high-handed of the city? So when I was able to explain to him all that had gone on, he was very appreciative of the process. My comments I wanted to make is that staff was in communication with the property owner to determine if the owner themselves would be able to address the property, resolving it in some fashion. I won't go into the details, and there's public record about it, so people probably know what this residence is about on this civic address. But when it was clear that it's not going to be an option, then staff worked to respond because there were deep and serious concerns for the abutting neighbors on this burnt-out property that was high risk to safety. I learned a great deal about the steps involved legislatively that staff must adhere to it, and I really want to commend our Chief Building Official for ensuring that all the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed on this file. The residents surrounding this abandoned, burned-out property are very, very appreciative of the work that's gone into this to bring it to conclusion, and I just really ask, of course it's on consent, council support in this, because staff have worked hard on the file and they've done everything right, and it's been a real learning experience, and it's not something we do very often. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On the same matter, Councillor Butland?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. To whom do I address this? 23,000, he says, no, I'm not interested in doing what I have to do. So that's, and we're putting it towards the taxes. There's every indication if you can't do that to rescue the house, what is the status of his taxes or the individual's taxes?
You're asking, Councillor Butland, what?
I'm sorry?
You're asking what the status of the outstanding taxes are?
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's a question that the staff would even be in position to respond to right now. The cost will go on the tax bill. As to what the current tax bill is, I don't think it's something that...
I was just provided some information. Let's negate the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Anybody else in that matter? Seeing none? Before we move on, just recognizing, I was hoping council would just give me some forbearance, recognizing we have good folks here from the library board, and they're having to sit through our whole consent agenda. Do any councillors have any issues or questions with 6.10? Okay, so you're welcome to stay. But it doesn't appear that anybody has any questions for you. So if you do leave and they do have questions after, I'll give them a really hard time. So, okay, so Councillor Myers, is that it for you?
Two more.
Okay, go ahead.
7. Oh, sorry.
No?
Yep, done.
Okay, so anybody else in the consent agenda? Councillor Grandinetti.
Item number 612.
Go ahead, Councilor
Through you,
Grandinetti.
Mr. Mayor, I guess would be to Mr. Don Elliott.
Yep.
Do we not have our own staff in-house that could conduct studies like this?
Mr. Elliott?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Grandinetti, we don't have traffic specialists. We have, the engineers for the city do have some traffic training, and we do have experience in basically common things, but this is not a common question at all. What's going to be answered? It's essentially the one-way versus two-way question for the downtown traffic study. So our recommendation is that you hire a professional to look at that.
Okay, it's just that I read a report on the UCLA did a few years back on municipalities cutting costs, and this was one of the items, is to see if there's any in-house staff that could conduct studies and surveys on traffic and whatnot in the community. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Councilor Grandinetti. Councilor Shoemaker, same matter?
No.
No, not the same matter?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Councilor Hupinen first, and then I'll come back to you. Councilor Hupinen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Is item 6.19 still on the consent?
No, we pulled it, Councilor Hupinen. Not off the agenda. We pulled off consent, so we're going to deal with it separate from consent.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
Councilor Shoemaker, we're back to you.
Yes, thank you. 6.14, through you to the Director of Engineering. First off, thanks to Don for bringing this report forward so quickly. A couple weeks ago, Councilor Hupinen and I started getting a number of emails right after this street was resurfaced, or not resurfaced, sorry, it was patched, and it resulted in, well, I think the report clearly sets out that it ended up being worse than it was before the patches were done. So now they're looking to resurface it, and it seems like it is able to be done within a reasonable budget. I'm just wondering, perhaps in years forward, Director, is there any way of assessing these roads before we spend the money to patch them, so that we've now spent the money to patch it, it didn't work, so now we're resurfacing it? Is there a way to nip that in the bud in future years so that we assess it and resurface it if necessary and save the money that we spend patching it?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Shoemaker, I think it was a technique issue that happened here. The technique that Public Works uses, the good offices of Public Works is doing their best to extend the life of these roads. There are several arteries and collectors, and Old Gardner Road is certainly one of them that needs a resurface. There's not much you can do to patch. In this particular instance, the patching effort just didn't turn out. And there's only 2 or 3 loads of asphalt out there. It's not a huge cost compared to resurfacing it. So in this instance, Commissioner or Deputy CAO Girardi and I and Susan, we decided to the best thing to do here is to just mill it and overlay it, and that's what we recommend.
Yeah, and I think that I'm glad that that's happening, because it will alleviate a lot of the complaints in the area. I guess it would save us a little bit if we could do it before the patching, but obviously this has resulted from the patching, so it's a bit of a chicken and egg argument there. I do have one more on this particular item. On the, always to you, Director McConnell. On the west, or yes, Director Elliott, sorry. On the west side of Old Garden River Road is a hub trail, and I know there's been complaints in the area of people thinking it's simply a wide shoulder and using it to go around vehicles that are turning left. So is there any indications when the lines are repainted on this newly resurfaced road that can express within the painting that this is a part of the hub trail and not just a big shoulder?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Shoemaker, I had a brief discussion with Director McConnell, and we are going to look at is there anything we can do there. The hub trail is actually on both sides of the road there, both shoulders. The cyclists go on, they go with the traffic, so both sides would need, whether it's double line treatment or single line with some symbology, cyclist symbols like we do in the cycle paths on, or lanes on Queen Street. So we're going to look at that, and whatever is appropriate there, we will do.
Okay, that'd be great. I think that would satisfy a lot of the area residents. That's it on that item.
Anybody else on that item? Do you have any other items, Councillor Shoemaker?
6.3, Algoma University Grant Agreement Amendment.
Go ahead.
I just am happy to see that...
There's lots making you happy today.
I haven't been here for the last meeting, so I'm back and I'm happier than ever. Algoma University, we are expanding, the city is expanding the grants that it provides to Algoma University, not just to the family members of our own employees, but to anybody who's a resident within Sault Ste. Marie. So I'm very happy to see that this...
We're expanding the...
eligibility.
The eligibility. We're not expanding the quantum.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So I'm for lack of a better term, happy to see that happening.
Anything else, Councillor Shoemaker? Don't try too hard.
I think I have some that have been pulled, so
okay.
I think that's it.
Okay, so anybody else on the consent agenda? Are you on the consent agenda, Councillor Fata?
And I just want to make sure that 6.17, it's not on the list?
It's pulled.
It's pulled, okay.
Yeah. Councillor Turco.
Thank you. There's one left on the agenda.
Which one?
And by the way, I'm very happy that I haven't heard anybody talk about the total eclipse of the sun tonight. But the F.J. Davy home.
Yes.
As a past member, as you're well aware, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Now retired.
Yep.
If you allow some flexibility to thank two volunteers who added tremendous, immense services to the F.J. Davy home from the beginning when I was there. They joined a couple of years later. Evelyn Terrio, who's now retired from the board as well, but she's still involved in the community. And Florence Lake. So on behalf of City Council, I want to thank them for their service to the community. Thank you.
And thank you, too, for your service on that board, Councillor Councillor Turco.
Councillor Fata wants to be on there, too.
Okay, so that's it for the consent agenda. So we can have a vote on the consent agenda. All in favor? Carried. So moving to the items that were taken off consent, we'll start in numerical order. We'll go 6.5, customer service training. That was taken off consent because I think Councillor
There's an additional...
Shoemaker brought I think he gave us an additional motion.
Additional motion, yeah.
So we'll have that motion read.
I'll read the first motion, which is by Myers and Fata, that the report of the Director of Human Resources dated August 21, 2017 regarding customer service training for city staff be received as information.
Okay, do you want a vote on that motion?
Yep.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Shoemaker's subsequent motion that relates to
Yes,
that
the
motion.
motion by Councillor Shoemaker and Christian, be it resolved that staff be requested to examine possible funding sources for customer service training on a priority basis for those employees whose jobs require constant interaction with the public.
Okay, so any questions of the two councillors who put this motion forward? Any questions? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Myers.
Shouldn't it go on our budget for next year and be considered among all priorities?
Well, it won't if staff isn't directed to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that we could all sit here and cherry pick where we want funding to be found for various projects, but...
Well, here, I guess this is maybe I'll clarify with the councillors. I think that they would be looking for a report back on what it would cost and where the money would come from, and that would be something that you would have to decide in budget
at that time. Okay.
Is that correct, Councillor Shoemaker and Fat Christian? Yep.
We know what it's going to cost. Yeah, it's just to look whether or not there is funding available for.
Oh, I took the on priority basis maybe to mean maybe everybody doesn't need to get it, but
that's exactly on a priority basis.
Yeah.
Of the 250 who are in contact with the public, prioritize them and determine the most, necessary ones to receive public service training. So, or customer service training. Sorry.
So it wouldn't necessarily cost the whole amount that was shown in the report. Yeah.
That's right.
So that's how I took it in any event. And also I take the motion to mean that you're not going to be authorizing the spending of that money tonight. You're asking for that to come back, and that decision will be made at a future council meeting.
Yep, that's correct.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to probably Councillor Shoemaker, probably. A few meetings ago, we touched on this very lightly, and I agree with having great customer service because our client are those individuals, families that live outside our community. We did touch briefly on, again, clearly defining the groups that touch. And I believe we did talk about even the people that issue tickets. Because they interact with our residents, but they also interact with our tourists. So as we move forward to define who's going to receive this training, let's also consider that group and think about tourism because they're a different form of client, but customer service as well. And hence one last question, down at the marina, our students that welcome people into the marina, tourists, customer service. That's all.
I find the people who issue parking tickets lovely. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so that brings us to 6.8. That's the Humane Society matter that was pulled at Councillor Myers' request. So the motion's before us. Councillor Myers, can we read the motion just so Council's all clear on the motion?
A motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Fata, resolved that the report of the Deputy CAO, Community Development and Enterprise Services, dated August 21, 2017, regarding the Humane Society be received, and that Council authorize staff to negotiate terms of a purchased service agreement with the Humane Society that continues the current funding level of $472,458. Further, that Council approve the single sourcing of enforcement and shelter services. And I would point out that Cindy Ross with the Humane Society is in attendance.
I think we have multiple people from the Humane Society in attendance. Okay, Councillor Miles, we'll return to you.
Yeah, my last question on it was looking at, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Fair, looking at the data. There's a gap of 4 years where there's no data. So we were basing some of this information on 2011. And in 2011, there was a great deal more activity related to charges being made than in 2015 or 2016. So first of all, I was concerned that we had a 4-year gap with no data. And then also concerned about what it raised to me is that, and this all goes back to what are we getting for our money, is that it seemed that there was a lot of activity and charges that were being made and laid in 2011, and then we jump forward 4 years where the next data appears, 15 and 16, and the charges that are laid through the legislation, through the bylaw, seem to have dropped. So I'm finding some issues with the whole report, but I wondered if there's an understanding of why there was a gap of 4 years with no data, and if anybody can address why the charges seem to have dropped quite considerably.
Would you like to speak to that, Mr. Ver?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, I can speak to part, and I think the other part maybe would be best addressed from the representatives from the Humane Society. The Humane Society does provide annual updates, and they have to track their statistics each year through their regulations that they face. They did provide us with this data, 2011, 2015, 2016, as points of evaluation for their services. They could have provided us more data because I know they have all that data there, but they use this as the reference numbers for us to look at within the report. As to why the charges are dropping, perhaps I'll refer that over to Cindy Ross at the Humane Society if you want to discuss that.
So Cindy, are you comfortable with the question? Do you understand the question?
I understand the question. I don't know if I have the right answer for you or not. We don't really have a definitive reason for why, just that the calls are not coming in like they used to. I don't know if that's a matter of increased public awareness, that there's less of those issues in existence in our community, or if there's a reluctance to report. But that's just what representative of what the calls are that are coming into the shelter at this time.
Okay, I'm being specific, Mr. Mayor, not about calls, but about actual charges. And I guess anyway, good evening, Cindy, and thank you for being here. Thank you for all your good work over many years.
Thank you.
But this is why I'm concerned about a 4-year gap in the data that we've been given as part of this whole report when we're looking at this almost $500,000 in funding, it jumps from 2011 to 2015, but those 2 years show a big change in charges that are laid, and I'm assuming, maybe wrongly so, I should check with our solicitor, I guess, or CFO, the revenue, I'll call it, through those charges, does it go towards offsetting our costs, or does it just go into general coffers and disappear? And that's where I'm getting at in all of this, is that part of what we're hiring in our contract is enforcement. If we all get calls about dogs off leash, and every one of us around this table could probably cite calls that we get from residents around animal-related bylaw enforcement. Is there a lack of resources that's making it more challenging to enforce our bylaws? What is it? But the revenue is what, first of all, I want to know, where does that money go if charges are laid? I'm looking at our Chief Financial Officer over here, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, I think that's best answered by legal. If it's anything to do with the bylaw or fines, that falls under their rules.
Okay, where does the money go, Mel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. Essentially, we'd have to look at trending, to be honest. We haven't looked at the questions that you're posing here in reference to this report at all. But we can certainly provide stats to say what matters did go to trial, what matters resulted in a resolution, et cetera, and what were the fines associated with that. Things of that nature. Sometimes it's a compliance issue. The Crown also has carriage of certain matters. Some matters are also held internally depending on the nature of the offense. Okay. If it's a Dog Owner Liability Act charge, it would be a Crown. If it's a third
it's very complicated.
It's very complicated. Again, all the pot of money that is accumulated and received from POA revenues is put into a big pot and then divided pursuant to our agreement with our partners.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess you can see where I'm trying to go here is that it's a lot of money. It's a 64% increase in the last 10 years. Where are we heading? I realize we made the change between last year and this year, which is, great. But if there's revenue opportunities that at the same time it's bringing in the revenue that offsets the cost of having the contract, but it's also improving a service for our community of safer through the charges being laid through the bylaw contravention. That's where I was going with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Hoopanen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And hi, Cindy. Nice to see you.
Hello. You too.
And thank you very much, Tom and Cindy, for the report. This is excellent. This is exactly what I was looking for. We hadn't seen it in a while. This, to me, was a very good start, and I'm happy to see it. I just have a couple of questions. There is a note on the report that says Council approval legal establishing new animal control bylaw in January 2017. I checked with legal today, and that's not actually a bylaw yet. That's coming back to us as a report sometime in the fall, and then we as council will have to decide if we want to have that implemented. My question is, is the expectation there that the fee for that service will go up if that bylaw is passed? I'm not sure if that would be for Cindy or probably.
Well, we're going to direct that to Tom, the Deputy CEO, and he can direct it where he sees fit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hoopanen, my expectation is it wouldn't result in a service fee increase. It's more the clarity of the bylaws and some older kind of legacy issues, as well as some updating to those bylaws that are required based on what's going on in the enforcement world.
Oh, that's good. Okay, so it's going to give them some wider guidelines. The other item on the report is the reporting perspective. A new contract would include statistics on an annual basis. I think that's good. I think we need that. I also think it's good that the financial statements, now I'm not sure if it's possible to have financial statements placed online or not, or if that's commonplace. I think it's important that we know if there's liability insurance in place. And I also think that we should have the board of directors on the website. I have looked at other shelters, and they do have the board of directors listed, and I'm not quite sure why it's not on ours. So I think that would be my recommendation, my suggestion. So, but other than that, thank you. I think it's an excellent report, and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
On this issue, this is more a question about governance. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess to our CAO. Do we have a council person currently on the board of the Humane Society?
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Okay, will we be looking at replacing?
Yeah. Well, Councillor Hippinen was, and then was Councillor Romano on Humane Society?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I didn't get anybody coming forward for that.
No, the clerk had sent an email out and asked, I believe. We have nobody. We can appoint somebody. We've asked for somebody interested, and if somebody is interested, we'll appoint them at a future meeting. Thank you. Councillor Butland?
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Hippinen's work on this one, and it's brought clarification probably to everybody. I'd like to bring a totally different perspective as one who's been around quite a while. I'm looking at Councillor Shoemaker, who reminds me often. But effectiveness of the Humane Society is exceptional, because one who's been around a while, 25 years ago, I would get as many calls about running cats and cats doing whatever they do with birds and dogs barking and no house for the dog and running wild. They were common calls. It's a very, very rare occurrence that I do get a call now. So you must be doing something correct. So I recognize that and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to recognize the work on this. I think it was a matter that was outstanding for a while. The agreement needed to be updated. I know that the Humane Society wanted some clarity from the city and sought a partner in negotiating that. And I recognize that costs have increased over the last 10 years, but in that I don't want to lose sight of the fact that next year over this year, you're decreasing them somewhere in the range of 7 or 8%. So that's a positive thing, so let's not lose sight of that. So I certainly support approving this tonight, and I hope we're ready to vote on it. Not yet. Councillor Shoemaker?
A brief question about the shelter. I know the report talks a lot about how the shelter is aging and costs have increased as a result of that. Does it form part of our asset management plan? No.
Let's answer that question, please. We'll go to the treasurer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, the Humane Society is a separate building. I don't think they are part of our asset management plan. I think Cindy would be best to answer who owns the building.
We own the building.
Okay. And we own the land, as I
So it wouldn't be part of our asset management plan.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you for your patience tonight to the Humane Society folks, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are on to 6.17. So we read the main motion.
Yep. It's a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Fata that the report of the solicitor prosecutor dated August 21, 2017 concerning transient traders and peddlers, bylaw 2003-53, be received as information.
Do we have any questions on that for legal? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. The second motion that was put forward by Councillor Nero, seconded by Councillor Shoemaker.
Whereas the city's legal department was asked to review the peddler bylaw and report back to council on how compliance and enforcement could be strengthened to ensure greater fairness for local business. And whereas it is not the intent of council to deter or create hardships to the presence of ice cream vendors, better known as ice cream trucks, and that of hot dog and related food cart vendors. And whereas the legal department has offered council some options that council may consider. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the legal department be requested to prepare a revised draft peddler bylaw and a revised draft food vendor bylaw, including, but not limited to the following. Number one, that the vendors be limited to selling either goods or foods only at the location specified in the license. Number two, that the vendors not be able to locate in a residential area. Number three, that a maximum time limit of 3 days be placed on each license. Number four, that a fee be charged to vendors requiring a re-inspection to confirm compliance to the respective bylaw. Number five, that the bylaws be amended to establish a category system depending on the class of license. Number six, that the bylaws contain a specific section dealing with inspections which authorize police services to inspect any premises where a stationary business is carried on. Number seven, that the bylaws include any additional requirements to obtain the license, including an insurance requirement and certificates of approval from the medical officer of health and the fire chief. Number eight, that the license fee for each category be set with the norm for Northern Ontario municipalities. municipalities. And number 9, that a separate category be established for ice cream vendors and food cart vendors with any applicable exceptions, as these are seasonal operations.
Okay, so let's follow up motion, obviously. Councillor Nero, will let you speak to that first.
Mr. Mayor, a couple of questions, if I may, on those options that are listed in that motion. To Ms. Melanie Borowitz, Sabinek, when we speak of the consecutive, or the 3-day limit, we're speaking of consecutive days, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, yes, that would be consecutive days.
So if a food vendor would come from out of town, they would get a license for 3 days in August, let's say, and then they would have to renew the license for September.
That's correct.
Okay. Would we be able to regulate the location as a site-specific location every time the same vendor came to the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, I think in terms of a food vendor or the other peddler vendor, this would be more specific to the food vendor situation because that's a more location-based, the other is more point-to-point. In that case, the bylaw currently, as it's worded, allows for the vendor to propose a location, and I think the anticipated drafting would require the location to be stated in the license so that for that period of time it would be specific to that location.
For that period of time. If it's, I think what I'm trying to get to here is repeat visitors. If we have the same vendor that continuously comes back to the city, continuously gets a license to operate, the problem I think that has been happening and the problem that needs to be corrected is it's hard to keep track of the vendors and where they're locating. So if the bylaw, if we would be able to do that, specify that the location be the same, and I think I realize the problem would be that it would be hard to nail that down.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, yes, that's correct. There could be ways to do so, for example, having the actual food vending truck identified in that specific location be specified for that period of time. The next time they would come, again, we would go through the same process. The current wording, I think it would be difficult to say that each time that individual truck comes, it would have to return to that location, but certainly we could make the wording and work together with the tax division to ensure that the vehicle is identified in the application. And so that vehicle is going to be at that location and try to ensure that that vehicle is there for that specified period of time. But we'll try to be very precise.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Mayor, if I may, do you feel confident that we can regulate that part of the vendor bylaw and not impact local businesses that have food carts and ice cream trucks and those kinds of things?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, yes, if it is the desire of council to do so, which seems to be the intent of the bylaw as it currently is written, because the bylaw does have other exemptions. For example, provision of food delivery services exempted already. Those entities that have a restaurant, we also don't want them to go through the extent of requiring another permit. They've already paid their paying taxes, et cetera. So that would seem to be the nature of this sort of request, and we can make another exception if it's the desire of council to deal with businesses of a seasonal nature, so that given the cost benefit here, that could be another factor if council wishes.
Okay. And also a business that operates in the food industry that may have a mobile trailer that serves barbecued foods and things like that at events, municipal events.
Yes.
That would not be impacted by this kind of
That's correct. Through Mr. Mayor, to Council, we actually checked with how this is being implemented with the City Tax Division. That's how they're implementing it. Those that have a food delivery service or a business that does have a food truck that has also a business, they're not going to be. I'm sure they haven't been pursuant to this licensing bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions. Just brief comment when questions are done.
Okay, so we have Councillor Myers, Councillor Bruni, then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our solicitor. So, Melanie, does this apply on public property or on private property, or both?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, this would be within the city of Sault Ste. Marie.
It doesn't matter whether I'm in my yard and I have a Kool-Aid stand or whatever, it would still apply to me?
That's correct. That's how this is worded.
Yeah, I guess that's where I have an issue is, obviously it's always in the interpretation, right? And we all know what we're trying to address here, that there's been some abuse in our community, but I'm very concerned about how we capture something in between too. So is it fair to say that there'd be subject to interpretation by our bylaw officers? I always hate doing that too, I know, but there's this other issue where if it's private property and you've got the Girl Guides selling their cookies or whatever, I mean, are we now having to make them have to get a permit?
They wouldn't be caught.
No,
But
well,
all of our bylaws, our bylaws don't distinguish between public and private property. Our bylaws are all enforceable within the city of Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, there are some things that apply on public and not private, but
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, to assist, the peddler bylaw would be the applicable bylaw in that case. It's a good merchandise.
Okay.
So in that case, there is a charitable exemption so that, for example, an entity or a school that's going to sell for a fundraiser for a charity. Good. So those are captured there. It's more of a good service merchandise.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear so that the people watching understand that too. And then the last one is number 9, when we talk about a separate category. Would there be something that could include seasonal fruit? And what I'm getting at is the blueberry stands that pop up, particularly in the north end of the city. And they're only a certain few days out of the entire year. And that's where my private property piece was coming in, because I know that at the moment, for the most part, they're located on private property. But how would we deal with that? Like, there's blueberry stands that pop up.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, I would say that under section 1, sub 2, sub C, there is a provision for an exemption for a good wear merchandise again. So that again would be for produce from a farm. So we can capture some of those non-typical we don't. I mean, concerned about.
Yeah, like we're not trying to force those folks to get a peddler license when they're we want their blueberries.
Yes.
The bylaw will have to come back to us, right? Yep. So, I mean, this is just direction to do it. But, I mean, when it comes back to us, I think it would be easier for us to analyze it at that point.
Thank you.
So we have Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess just one question to Melanie. Who would monitor this bylaw? Would it be the bylaw officer or police?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, I know the tax department is involved in the actual licensing process, and in terms of enforcement, I believe police is the enforcement agency here. Police, and I'm not certain if the building department also gets involved in any sense, and I'm not sure if we can ask Mr. Bear if that's the case,
police.
But I believe police strictly enforces.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, Melanie. Just for clarification, kind of just piggybacking on my ward mate's couple of questions. Going back to the residential, so clarify, please, with regards to, say, the Dickie D ice cream truck, or better yet, you have a teenager that is riding the bicycle with those ice cream coolers as a summer job, where would they fall into this?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, I think that would be captured with the resolution now before council for a seasonal sort of smaller vendor, seasonal type of vendor with hot dogs or ice cream, something of that nature, and we can look at the wording there, but certainly that would be more of a seasonal nature business.
Okay, good, because we want to promote youth entrepreneurs without being tagged by food costly licenses.
Yes.
Anybody else on this issue? Councillor Fada?
I just want to make sure that I understand this in regards to the residential. What sparked this conversation is the cube van that arrives here from Toronto, I think several times a month. I did witness it. It parks in a residential property, sits there for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes. Will this now discontinue? The fact that this guy comes here and locates on residential properties. That's a no-no, right?
No, Councillor Fada, what's happening here is that we asked for the report. The legal department told us what could happen as far as strengthening the bylaw. Council is now telling the legal department to strengthen the bylaw. That bylaw will come back to us, and we'll assess what the complexities of that bylaw are and what the ramifications of that bylaw are when it comes back to us. But I think Councillors Nero and Shoemaker are pretty clear about the strengthening that they want to see specifically in the bylaw. But, you know, what the effect of that will be, well, staff has to work that out and write the bylaw. They have to actually write the bylaw. And then when the bylaw will come back, we'll be able to see what the bylaw will do or won't do. But they got it. You're asking them questions now on what this bylaw is going to be, and they haven't written it yet because we haven't directed them to. Right. So it's a question of whether we want to direct them to. Yes. All in favor? Carried. So now they will write the bylaw. So that brings us to 6.19.
6.19 is repeal of bylaw 2012-213, wild or exotic animals. And the report is there. There's also a bylaw that I've pulled from the bylaw consent agenda, which was moved by Councillors Myers and Fada. Resolved that bylaw 2017-172 being a bylaw to repeal bylaw 2012-213 being a bylaw to prohibit wild or exotic animal exhibitions and performances in the city of Sault Ste. Marie be passed in open council this 21st day of August 2017.
Okay, so we're at 6.19. The staff reports on. You have the recommendation to repeal that bylaw. Councillor Hupinen, you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I actually have to mention Jeffrey King in legal for his hard work. He's been working on this for quite a while. But I want to start by saying that what legal is recommending today is not acceptable, in my view. And in reality, it's a step back. It's a big step back. So we can't even consider that. Bylaw 2012-213 was enacted as a result of the efforts of Councillor Terry Sheehan then, and MP Sheehan now, and Councillor Myers. And thank you, Councillor Myers, you're here, so I'd like to publicly thank you for spearheading and moving with that. Many believe that it was a bylaw that was long overdue. To ask that a bylaw be converted to a policy is illogical, and to do this would be a mistake. We cannot repeal bylaw 2012-213. The resolution that was brought forward and passed was a request to amend bylaw 2012-213 that would include domestic animals. We've learned through various means that circus animals in general are trained through unscrupulous, cruel, and abusive techniques in order to make the animal perform in front of an audience. Whether it be horses or dogs, lions or elephants, or any other animal, they should not be subjected to unethical and immoral training methods for financial gain. The majority of people no longer see an educational value in circuses where animals are taken out of their natural habitat and forced, trained with whips, electric shocks, and drugs in order to make them perform stunts to entertain the public and fill the pockets of the circus owners. Forcing the animals to showcase unnatural behavior also teaches the audiences, many of them children, that using animals for entertainment is perfectly fine. It's not. It perpetuates the idea that humans are in charge of animals instead of sharing the planet with them. Circus activities and training practices have been well documented over the last 50 years, and we as a society are slowly moving away from this type of entertainment and moving to animal-free circuses that I hope that we can sort of come to some sort of agreement to have some Ontario circus-free animals come here, but that's another story, that can provide a much more meaningful experience for families to enjoy. We as council have it within our sphere of authority to have this bylaw amended as requested according to the new Municipal Act. Municipalities now, under the revised act, have clear, very clear jurisdiction to make bylaws respecting animal welfare. The bylaw that can be worded in such a way so that it would not include not-for-profit organizations. I don't know any other way to make it simple. I'm not focusing on the Kennel Club or the Horse and Pony Club or any other valid organizations that would fit under the category. It's circuses, and there's a very clear definition of circuses. My request is to ask legal to go back to the drawing board and amend bylaw 2012-213 to include all animals. I hope I have council support on this. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on that matter? Councillor Shoemaker?
Just to first off, thank Councillor Hoopinen for her continued advocacy on this matter. Procedurally, did she just move an amendment to this?
No, I took it that she spoke against it.
Okay.
So if this fails, then we're not going to repeal the bylaw. She's not amending what they're suggesting, because they're suggesting an appeal of a bylaw. She's speaking against repealing the bylaw. She's saying it's not consistent with the original motion, and if it dies, she is asking that staff, that's a separate, I would suggest, motion, but I don't think she's moving it right now.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Myers?
My question is procedural question too, because we did pass a resolution asking for an amendment.
It's already on the books. That's on the books.
Okay, but but the report we got back is recommending an appeal, so it's not responding to the resolution.
That's the report we got back from staff. So
okay,
if you don't
so in
support
order to go back to fulfill the resolution that this council passed that hasn't yet been fulfilled, we'd have to turn this down, correct? And then the other resolution would still need to be fulfilled in coming back with the amendment?
If you don't support staff's report
correct,
and their recommended course of action,
right,
we defeat it.
Right, I get that.
Yeah.
Then where do we stand with the resolution that's still outstanding that has not come back with the request for an amendment?
So agenda review can have a discussion about that and the best way to proceed on that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't think that staff would need further direction from us, but if staff tells me they need further direction from us, we'll revisit that. I don't think they would, but it's just a question of, they put the report on, that was their opinion, do we support it, do we not support it? It's that simple to me.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, so any other comments on it? All in favor? All in favor of the report, the motion, all in favor? Councillor Turco, opposed? The remainder of council. So that fails. We'll have a discussion about that. Staff will have a discussion about that tomorrow at their staff meeting, and then I'll follow up with them after that. Okay, so that brings us to
7.1.1.
7.1.1, which is the ward boundaries. Councillor Hoopinen, I'm going to ask you to take the chair briefly so I can just take a quick break.
7.1.1, ward boundaries final recommendation. There's a report of the Deputy CAO and City Clerk and the relevant bylaw under Section 11 with bylaws. And the City Clerk has a presentation to make in that regard.
Madam Acting Mayor, members of council, I have a very brief presentation. It'll just dwell on the revisions that were made to the draft ward boundaries that were before you at the meeting in July. Essentially, we made two revisions to the draft that was before you. The first revision concerns the Bruce Hill area. This revision was proposed by staff and members of the community. What it allows to happen is the top of Bruce Hill will remain as one whole neighborhood within one ward, and that would be Ward 2. It allows that neighborhood to remain whole. It allows us to amend the populations of Wards 2 and 4 to bring them each closer to the mean. And interestingly, as we discovered, it comes very close to mirroring a former ward boundary that was prior to the year 2000, where that whole neighborhood was within Ward 2 at that time. The next revision was suggested by a member of the community. There is a small residential pocket of territory on the south side of Wallace Terrace that we hadn't quite noticed was being cut off by a ward boundary. We have made a revision so that small pocket of residential property can remain in the same ward as the more extensive residential property on the north side of Wallace Terrace. We consider that to be them all having the same community of interest. That revision to the boundary is similar to what exists now between wards 5 and 6 in that area. I will go to a map shortly just to emphasize those points. Just the last slide is the revised population figures that you have within the body of the report. And it shows you the population and the mean and the variances that would be within the wards now with those revisions. As you see, the variances remain within the 25% plus or minus that's allowed by the OMB. I'll just quickly slip to the map to show those areas. The Bruce Hill area, now instead of diving down within the draft Ward 2, it comes along McNabb, just up St. George's a little bit, goes down a ravine, and comes back along the property line. It keeps all the properties that are on the top of the hill within Ward 2, and all the properties below the hill are in Ward 4. Over on Wallace Terrace area, it's this little pocket of residential that had been cut off before with the ward boundary coming down Wallace Terrace. We've now brought the boundary down here so that this little pocket can be remain within this larger residential development. Those were the two revisions that we received. We received a fair number of interested people at the two open houses. It was more than we received originally during the open houses for the winter for council composition. Most people who came to the open houses and who have contacted the clerk's department were generally in favor of what was being proposed. There were some who had concerns, but they're more related to the decision made by council on council composition rather than ward members. I'm happy to receive any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. White. We have Councillor Shoemaker. You have questions, sir?
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor. Through you to Deputy CAO White, I was probably one of the handful of people that attended the open house the first night. It was in your presentation at the open house, but do you know the most a councillor post 2018 election will have as an increase in constituents versus what our current council has? I think was somewhere in the range of 3,000 constituents more. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Shoemaker. Okay. Yes, it's right within that range.
Okay. It's not explicitly set out in there, but it's not, I think we all know what the workload is like here, and it's a fairly incremental increase, I think, for councillors post 2018, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. First of all, I want to make a comment, and I sent this to, I believe, our clerk and deputy clerk, deputy CAO and deputy CAO clerk and deputy clerk, to Malcolm and Rachel. But I think that the ward maps with the insets, with the additional information is really, really helpful. So I wanted to thank you for that. That's a really good way of doing it. And I think that we can probably get printouts of those too, right, if we wanted them? Yes? Yes, yes, thank you. Okay, my question is, will there be an education and awareness plan for the public prior to the next election? I suspect that's going to take quite a little bit of communication. So
Through
I'd
you,
ask you to
Madam Acting Mayor, to Councillor Myers, yes, we will need to have an extensive education program and communications package heading into the next election. It'll be tied with a number of things we need to educate the public on that are amendments to the current Municipal Elections Act. There will be a number of changes for 2018, not just ward boundaries. So we will put it together in one cohesive package.
Well, and why I'm asking that, and I knew that would be the answer, is I think we need to bear that in mind when we come to our budget, because I think it's going to take quite a bit of, yes, there's social media and all those things that don't cost a lot other than human resource time, but I think we're really going to need to step this up big time, and I think we need to remember that at budget time. It'll be the end of this council's budget, but it does need to prepare this change, because it's pretty significant to the community, and they don't have a lot of questions now. They'll have those questions at the time, correct? As we get closer to the time, all of a sudden they're going to say, well, wait a minute, what happened to my ward? I was in Ward 6, where did it go? I can just hear it now. So I think we really need to be prepared at budget time to, because I know you carry a budget forward over the 4 years in order to put on an election every 4 years, but it doesn't consider this extra piece that we've made a decision on during this term of council. So I would just suggest that you come forward with a good request there, which I'll support, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Turco?
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. Deputy CEO, the revisions that you alluded to, you mentioned that there was, with Wallace Terrace, there was a community member. So one community member had the influence to make a revision, is that what you're saying?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, to Councillor Turco, it was brought to our attention by a community member. We thought it was a very valid point. The validity of the point, I don't think matters whether it was one community member or 100. We thought it was a salient point, and we thought it was worthwhile following up with a revision.
Fair enough, thank you. Now, on Bruce Hill area, how did that come about? How did the revision come about there?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, to Councillor Turco. Initially, staff looked at what we had proposed back in July. We did have some discomfort with the population difference between Ward 2 and Ward 4. We also, the planning division, who we were working with, were wondering whether there was a possibility of going back and incorporating that area within Ward 2. It was also brought to, or we got feedback from members of the community as to that area's desire to remain in Ward 2. When we looked back at it and considered it, we considered a number of options. We considered going back to what's there now with the dividing line coming straight down Bruce Street. We did have specific feedback from the community, though, that that area that's just north of Bruce Street, but south of McNabb, that area had historically been part of the rest of the Bruce Hill or Upper Bruce Hill neighborhood, and when we went back, in fact, that was true. It had been historically part of Ward 2. So what we tried to do was encapsulate that whole top of the hill area and keep it as one neighborhood and within one ward.
I remember it well. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor. To City Clerk, thank you again for all your hard work on this. And pulling together the 2 open houses during the summer is not always easy, so thank you for doing that. For the viewers at home, how else did you gather information from the residents of Sault Ste. Marie besides the 2 open houses that you had? What else did you do?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, we undertook at the July meeting that we would receive input or be willing to communicate or meet with people who want to engage with us on a matter at any time, whether it was during office hours up till the writing of the report, or whether they email us or have us communicate with them off of office hours. We did have a number of people contact the office, and we discussed the matter with them.
Okay, and I think you had something on the website as well?
That's correct. We had the material available on the website so people could go and review the material.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking, because I did receive 2 phone calls from people that are away on summer vacation. So I just want to clarify that there were other avenues. Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, I don't have anybody else on the list here. Councillor Krampotic.
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
Just want to comment on the importance of the educational package that Councillor Myers was speaking about earlier. I mean, it's very important for viewers to understand, especially constituents in Ward 6 right now, that all of Ward 6 will be in Ward 5 now. So, or Ward 5 now is going to be all of Ward 6 with parts of Ward 5 in Ward 6, which is now known as Ward 5. I think an educational program would be very good for people to really understand on what happened to Ward 6 and where the boundaries are going forward.
Okay, anybody else? I'd like to thank the committee for their work on this. You have comments you need to make, Councillor Turco? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the opportunity to consult with a number of communities who recently have gone through the ward boundary changes, and 2 of them I have in front of me here. One is from Tecumseh, which is the outside Windsor, and the other one is from the city of Toronto. They have 47 wards, I think, but don't let the ward number scare you, because the process should be the same for every community. In terms of the Tecumseh one, first of all, the number one thing they did was hire an outside consultant. They did a third-party study of what they should do with their ward structure. And the other thing they did was stick to the notion that they wanted to arrive, and it was a long process. Unfortunately, we had to go through summer, as you said a little while ago, which really didn't get to too many people, because I've asked I did a little survey of my own, and out of 10 people that I've asked, I was hard pressed to find somebody who knew what we're doing out of the 10 people that I used before. So I don't think the community is aware of it, with all due respect to our deputy CAO. But the number one focus should be to bring recommendation to Sault Ste. Marie City Council on ward boundary configuration that respects the principle of effective representation as defined by the courts and the Ontario Municipal Board. I've asked a number of communities. Not one of them said they did it because they were going to find savings for the community. So, and you asked, Councillor, you asked about how do we get the word out, which is very close to my heart, by the way. City of Toronto, Tecumseh, they all did a number of things. Just to name a few, I won't go through the whole list because it's pretty big. Social media, direct participants, contact their distribution list, average monthly visits, post in public library branches, face-to-face meetings, advertising, public meetings, information session, media releases, ongoing basis, and on webinar, and on and on and on. I'm not sure we did that, again, with all due respect. This is an important issue. Look, we've had a couple over the last term. I think the people haven't really come forth and tell us how they feel, and by the time they find out, it'll be too late. So I will be voting against the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Any other comments? We have Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'd like to thank Councillor Turco because he proposed a ward boundary review and a council composition review in the early 2000s, and it, of course, recommended staying with the current system, but it provided the framework and the guidance under which we constituted this committee and reviewed the boundaries and found that there was a change. Now, I think most will recall that when the motion was brought forward, I moved it. I think Councillor Hollingsworth seconded it, if I'm remembering correctly. We spoke of the proper governance of our community. So this was not done for the purpose of finding savings. It was done to determine whether or not Sault Ste. Marie had the proper governance model. And that was passed at the last meeting, several meetings ago. What's before us today is simply a review of board boundaries based on that previous approval. So we've saved, I think, a fair amount of money by doing the process in-house. We have an excellent ward boundary configuration, in my opinion. Recommendations on changes have been incorporated. It's not like it came to us and it was cast in stone upon first presentation. So I'm grateful that this process was done in-house. As Councillor Grandinetti pointed out, we have to always look for areas where we can do this work with our existing forces rather than having to go out and expend additional funds to go get a consultant to do this work. So that's what was done. The ward boundary division looks very reasonable to me. It seems that from those who I've spoken to, it seems very widely accepted. Yes, it was in the summer, but we had open houses on the composition issue in the winter, and they were poorly attended. We had open houses on the ward boundary divisions in the summer, and they were poorly attended. So to suggest that, this would have been better done in the summer, winter, fall, I think it has not, does not conform with what our experience, our actual experience is. So I'd like to thank staff for the work that they did on this. I think it's an excellent job. Happy and hopeful that this will move forward and that it will be approved, and I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Understood. Councillor Butland.
Yes, I concur with just about everything Councillor Shoemaker said. The process, I don't know how you improve upon the process, because bringing somebody else, consultant in or whatever, is going to cost you something. So they've gone to great lengths to ensure that this is okay. They reached out to the people, and I agree. I said, when this came forward, we can't do this in the summer. People are not available, and they won't come in the summer. We're trying to create interest really where there is no interest. They won't come in the winter either, because this is not near and dear to them. Councillor Turkle, when you said effective representation, that will be the key. If they're not represented well after the boundary changes, they'll let you know. And I still occasionally get questions, what ward am I in, when they do call you? So important issues, they'll find out who truly represents them. Enough spent, and I think Mr. White suggests that people who came weren't so concerned about the boundaries. They were saying there's just too many councillors out there. So even that's a miss whatever.
The general feeling was we didn't go far enough.
We didn't go far enough. That's the general feeling. But as far as the ward boundaries, let's proceed. I'll repeat. Let's not try to create interest where there's not a lot of interest out there. Thank you.
Ma'am, are you looking to say something?
Yes, I'd like to say something. I attended the meetings.
Could you introduce yourself for the council, please?
My name is Marlene Prokopchuk.
Okay.
I'm a Ward 6 person. I went to all the meetings. I talked to Mr. Malcolm. I really feel that you better put a lot of thought into what you are doing right now, because once you do it, it can't go back. I think with the Ward 6 system that we have now would work 100% better if we cut it down to one person per ward and have 2 floaters, have 2 extra alder people. That way would cut down on 4 alder people. We would save a lot of money in this town. But by having, let's face it, today with fax, phones, all the communications we all have, we can get a hold of our alder person like nothing. So I feel, I talked to Mr. Malcolm about it, or Mr. White about it, and I really feel, as a rep, and I've talked to plenty of people from Ward 6 about this, and I feel that this is something that's got to have a lot of consideration. I think this is being pushed back real quickly. Is this because of the 2018 election? Is that the reason why you want to do this voting now? Or is it because we're trying to save money?
No, just to be clear, ma'am, so your suggestion is we should go to 8 councillors. This isn't a rushed process.
What's wrong?
No, the city council's been at this for a while. The original resolution was passed quite a while back. We struck a committee. We did a significant consultation. We had surveys that produced 800 results, 800 results. The general feeling, ma'am, was consistent with yours, that, you know, some people thought 6, some people thought 8, some people thought 10. So what we had an analysis of those things. We've already decided 5 wards of 2. The committee had a debate about that. There was some feeling in the committee that we should do 4 wards of 2. There was some feeling in the committee that we should stay at 6 wards of 2. So all of that took place over a long period of time. You're right to point out that if we don't make a decision on the ward boundaries point now, we will not be able to do this for the 2018 election. But the decision on the number of councillors has already been made. That's not what we're debating tonight. We're just debating the ward boundaries. And that's what the consultation was about. And I agree with you, once we change this, it's unlikely that we'll go back. I mean, it could in the future another council consider what you're suggesting, or that a further decrease. I don't think that they would ever go the other way, because frankly, I don't think the data or the best case, or sorry, the best practices of other communities show that we should have 12 councillors. I think it makes a lot more sense to have 10. I frankly at the time thought 8. You know, 8 was the right number, but I agreed that 10's a good number too, and I supported that at the committee. So, but that's not the decision before council tonight, ma'am. So the decision that we're discussing is just the ward boundaries themselves.
And once you make this, if you decide tonight that that ward boundary is going to be that way, it's going to be cut and dried. This is going to be the way it is. You're going to make a 5-ward system, not a 6.
That's correct. So we've already decided that, actually, ma'am.
You already have decided it.
We've already decided that. So we've decided a 5-ward system, 2 councillors per ward. As a result of that decision, which we made a number of months back, staff had to redraw the wards, which is what they've done, and that's the process that you participated in. But the decision to go to 5 wards has already been made.
It's already been made.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other comments, council? Any other questions? I too would like to thank the committee for their work and staff for your good work. I think this is a good example of a decision where we did a lot of research and used really good information and made an evidence-based decision. I don't think our population and our history, you know, today justifies the size of the council that we have. And I think we reached a good result with the result that we reached. And I'd like to commend you all throughout the process and really thank staff for their hard work on this. So we have the motion before us. All in favor? So we recorded vote. There was a recorded vote requested.
So the motion actually is, I've pulled it from the bylaw section of the agenda by Councillors Myers and Fata, that bylaw 2017-161 being, I'm sorry, it's Shoemaker. Moved by Councillor Shoemaker and Fata, resolved that bylaw 2017-161 being a bylaw to amend the ward boundaries for the corporation of the city of Sault Ste. Marie be passed in open council this 21st day of August 2017. Councillor Butland.
4.
Councillor Myers.
4.
Councillor Bruni.
4.
Councillor Nero.
4.
Councillor Grandinetti. It's an old form.
Shoemaker next.
Shoemaker.
I'm 4.
Shoemaker's 4.
Councillor
4.
Grandinetti.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hollingsworth.
4.
Councillor Hupinen.
4.
Councillor Kompotic.
4.
Councillor Christian.
4.
Councillor Fata.
4.
Councillor Turco.
Against.
Mayor Provenzano.
4.
Motion carries. Agenda item 7.1.2, committee appointments. I have 2 motions, one by Councillors Hollingsworth and Bruni, that Councillor Susan Myers be appointed to the Christmas Lighting Award Committee until December 31, 2018.
All in favor? Sure.
Would you be able to provide us a list, can you provide it tonight, what other vacancies we have? And we're going to be reducing counselors, but I think counselors should be stepping forward to...
Current vacancies.
Current vacancies, yes.
That's been provided. That was emailed
No, I know
around.
it's provided, but I think counselors should be putting their name forward. We shouldn't be leaving these...
I have vacancies from Councillor Romano's election to the Humane Society, the Innovation Centre, the Immigration Action Committee, the Appointments Policy Review Committee, and the Downtown Business Improvement Area that I did not get expressions of interest.
So the clerk will send around another email just after tonight's meeting, just confirming where there's openings, and we'll put a report on the next council meeting to fill those openings if we get people that volunteer. Go ahead. Can we vote on the motion that's in front of us right now?
Okay.
Because we've read it. So all in favor of Councillor Myers being going the Christmas lighting? There, so that's done.
There's a couple of them.
Got another.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Do you want to do those first before my question?
Sure. A motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Fata that Councillor Susan Myers be appointed to the Public Art Policy Committee.
All in favor? Carried. So we have some vacancies. We will recirculate those, and hopefully councillors will step up and put their names on those committees.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
My question is, are there any of those, I thought Humane Society might be one, where citizens can be appointed? Do they all have to be members of council?
I believe, off the top of my head, I believe that those vacancies created by that were specific to a councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Shoemaker.
In addition to the committees being circulated, can the times that they meet be circulated?
Certainly.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a good point. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Agenda item 7.2.1, implementation plan for the Community Adjustment Committee recommendations. I've got a motion by Councillors Myers and Bruni. Resolved that the report of the Deputy CAO, Community Development and Enterprise Services, dated August 21, 2017, regarding the implementation plan of the Community Adjustment Committee recommendations be received. Further, that Council authorize staff to invest $444,656 in the implementation plan in 2018 using funds recently reallocated from the Sault Ste. Marie Economic Development Corporation. Further, that Council authorize staff to develop funding applications to seek support for the implementation plan and leverage the city investment into this project.
Okay, so I'm going to start with Councillor Ver. He's going to open up this, and then I'm going to make some comments on a few of the slides we have here, and then we'll take questions. Councillor, sorry, not Councillor Ver, Deputy CEO Ver. Councillor Bruni, I have you down.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Ver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For Council, you have the report in front of you related to the implementation of the Community Adjustment Committee Fund and really the community development activities as we'd like to proceed going forward. So we definitely want to thank all the hard work of the committee members and the related subcommittees that provided input into that plan. They spent a lot of time and effort in putting those together for us, and certainly we wanted to take to heart those recommendations and look at how we move forward together as a community with all the different stakeholders, and also looking at the 4 pillars that were recommended by the Community Adjustment Committee. I think one thing I wanted to make sure that we pointed out was really the focal point is largely building that community buy-in, the roundtable structure that will enable us to work closely with the stakeholders across the community in order to implement this plan and develop our community. And that really is a cornerstone for this initiative going forward. Is the success of this initiative is really going to depend on how we obtain the support, the efforts, and the buy-in of stakeholders across the community and citizens in the community in order to deliver on the recommendations and the goals and aspirations that were outlined in the report. The other thing that I think is important to mention is the budget that was put forward is really a notional budget that would indicate how would we take the funds that were reallocated and put those towards community development initiatives. And what we would like to do is go now to the funders and gain their support and buy-in so that we can leverage the investment that the City of Sault Ste. Marie will be making to further the recommendations in our community development activities, gain the support from other levels of government so that we have a larger pool of funds that will enable us then to implement those broad recommendations that came forward from the Community Adjustment Committee. There are a number of line items in there related to initiatives that we foresee happening based on the discussions that we had at the Community Adjustment Committee table. But some of those things really require the input of the subject matter experts, such as the education initiatives, initiatives related to health research, for example. We now need to go to those subject matter experts, which is outlined in the roundtable report and how we aim to do that, and have them provide input to us that will then help shape how we invest that money in the future to further the initiatives of the community. So with that, I'll end there, and I will turn it back over to the mayor, who I know is going to speak to some of the items in the presentation.
Yeah, so Council, we have a slide deck in our report. Tom, are we putting the slide deck up on the screen, or are we?
Yeah.
So you all were given a slide deck in your report. And there's a few things I want to touch on before we take questions. Tom and I, through my office, Lisa Bell, setting up all kinds of meetings whereby Tom and I are going to all the community stakeholders that will have us, and we're going to walk through what the Community Adjustment Committee discussed and where it was going, and we're going to ask for everybody's support and endorsement, and we're going to try and kind of move forward together as a community, and we're going to show you how we're going to try and do that in a few slides. But I really wanted to kind of stop here and point out this is really important what we're doing, because what we're doing is changing how we do things as a municipality, and that's not to say that we haven't been doing things well. I think there's a lot to be said about how this municipality has been run for years. But we're in a very competitive environment amongst municipalities. And if you look at what other municipalities are doing, other municipalities are advertising, they're being very competitive about attracting people to their municipalities. And we have to take a really holistic approach in how we're going to develop our community. And I think we started doing that. We started doing that by changing the way we operate. And we added a function in this city that's specifically focused on community development. And we have senior leadership now in City Hall that's accountable to council for community development. But there was no real budget to move this forward. So what we've done here is we've been able to recover budget from other allocations to move forward without actually passing on an increase in the levy to our taxpayers. And I think that's a really important point to recognize. We know where we go as a community if we keep on doing what we've doing the way we've been doing it. And I'd suggest to you it's time that we really stop maintaining the community that we have and we start focusing on and building the community that we want. And that's going to take a lot of buy-in, it's going to take a lot of effort, and you need a template. And this is a template that we're now going to be working from. And it starts from the perspective that we recognize that we live in a beautiful community and we live in a great community. And I think the CAC started off by recognizing that. That's not to say, and so in slide one, we just essentially kind of recognize that we're a tremendous place. We're here for a reason, and we've got a lot of positive attributes that we should focus on. Notwithstanding that, we have a lot of challenges. And I think one of the really important things that the Community Adjustment Committee did was it had a really sober and honest reflection on where we were at as a community. And if you go to futuressm.com and look at the videos and the fact sheets, you'll see that we put everything out there in the open. So we do have a lot of challenges, but I want to make sure it's clear to the community that those challenges aren't individual to us. A lot of communities have the same type of challenges. We're acknowledging them and trying to move forward and deal with them. But the reality is they didn't come about really quickly. They came about over years. And they're just natural things that took place over years. And we're not going to be able to correct them really quickly. And I think that's an important point to make, is that, when we had over the last couple of years a lot of economic instability, the natural question is, well, what are you doing about that? Well, that economic instability is structural to some degree. And you can't just do one magic thing or two magic things to fix that. And one of the things we're doing about that is we're asking ourselves as a city is, how are we doing business? How are we organized? And can we improve the way that we're engaging the community at large? And these are the changes that we've been making to address some of those things. So the first thing that we did was we changed how we're structured in here. And that we have some people that are now accountable to us in this building at this table. And we went out to the community and said, what would you like to see as a community? So if we just flip to go back one, Malcolm. Oh, Tom has it on his computer. So this is a very short summary of some of our challenges. But I really encourage all of you, and I encourage everybody in the community to go and look at futuressm.com and look at them. We have some very significant socioeconomic challenges, and we have to address those challenges, and the only way we can address those challenges is holistically as a community. And so to do that, we've agreed now on a paradigm, and that paradigm is that we're going to focus on 4 pillars. You can go to 2 slides, Malcolm, or Tom. So you're aware of this, and we've talked about this. We're going to focus on economic growth and diversity, social equity, cultural vitality, and environmental sustainability. And then on top of that, we have 8 more significant values that we're going to focus on. Tom has them in the next slide. But it's really the next slide I want to start with, because we've been through the previous stuff with you. So Tom and I we're here first. We're talking to you, and we're saying, look, we've got to take this $440,000 roughly that we have, and we've got to apply it towards community development. That's what we're saying generally. It's really a money that's going to go into the Deputy CEO Vere's budget, and it's going to be used to further what we understand to be the community plan in conjunction with our partners. And we're going to be going out to Sault College, and we're going to be going out to Algoma University, and we're going to be going out to the Rotary Clubs, and we're going to be talking about all of them, what we're doing. But flip to the next slide, Tom. This is the important part. So, like, how does Councillor Shoemaker made this point, right? Like, how do you keep this going? How do you move forward? How do you make sure it turns into something? Well, I had a chat with Councillor Butland earlier today, and he was talking about opportunities that he had some discussions with in the healthcare sector. So you'll notice that each of these groups here, they represent one of the broader priorities that the Community Adjustment Committee identified. So what we're doing here is we're going to set up study recommend groups, and we're going to ask all of these parties that we go out and meet with and ask to buy in to participate in these things. And we're going to ask you to participate in these things. So I thought Councillor Butland would be a great person to focus on the energy and the environment group if he was interested in that. And all of you would have your respective interests, and you can participate in these groups. So when a group, which will be, like, for instance, if you take the health sector group, obviously we're going to ask the hospital to participate in that. We're going to ask the group health center to participate in that. We're going to ask Algoma Public Health to participate in that. We're also going to ask the Doctors Consortium to participate in that. But, a city council can participate in that too. But let's say that group comes up with a great idea, because why does Sudbury have a center of excellence? And why does Thunder Bay have a center of excellence, but Sault Ste. Marie doesn't have any independent center of excellence for some kind of healthcare research? Right? So city council shouldn't decide or say what that should be, but this study recommend group can say, this is what we could focus on. But resources are going to have to come from somewhere to get that seated, to get it moving, to actually make sure that the groups come together. And one of these things, the point of this is to break down those silos. One of the things that we often heard and saw was there's great people in this community doing great work, but there's a feeling that people are doing work independent of one another. So we tried to create a structure, and this was a recommendation from the Adjustment Committee report, that would bring people together. And each of these subgroups will have a chair that will sit on a larger group. And that larger group will have a broader sense of what's going on in the community. And each of the subgroups will focus on specific things that they deem appropriate, like, for instance, energy, right, in the environment. What's an energy initiative that Sault Ste. Marie could really grab onto and focus on? What's a healthcare initiative that we could focus on? What do we need to do in the education and workforce sector? There are communities that have labor plans for their community. We don't have one of those. We need to focus on that. So what we did was we put together this structure to say, this is how we're going to move forward as a community, and we're going to keep communicating with our community partners, and we're going to push collaboration, and we're going to encourage collaboration. And then hopefully projects will come from these things. And hopefully the city will be able to participate in those projects, and we have some resources to administratively support this plan, and then to also potentially participate and encourage some of these projects. Because where we evolved to as a community and where we've come to has happened over decades and over decisions. Decision on decision on decision. But we are in a different time and a place. And now going forward, we have a roadmap that we can try and make our decisions based upon, and we can actually try and encourage the rest of the community to make their decisions based upon. And one of the community members on the Adjustment Committee made a great point. They said, look, there isn't a tremendous amount of money, but when you think of all of the budgets sitting around this table, the city's budget, this budget, that, when you add those budgets up, that's a lot of money. And you don't need all of that money going in the same direction, because every institution, every organization, they have their own priorities. They have their own strategic plans, and you have to respect that and encourage that. But as and where those priorities and strategic plans can line up with other organizations, you have a compounding effect with the money when you're spending it going in the same direction. So what we're really asking tonight, and this is the first time we're doing this, is for you to say, yes, you know what, the city will play a leadership role in this. We like your structure, and we think you should put the $440,000 to this structure. There's more work to be done, and it's an important point to make that Tom did a great job in giving you a lot of detail, but it is very notional, because it's dependent upon funding from our other levels of government, and it's also dependent upon the work that some of these subcommittees do. But the larger principle is we're going to take these resources that we were able to recover from economic development, and we're going to invest them in community development, which also is economic development, both directly and indirectly. Any spending that's done in accord with this has to come back to you at budget time. And you're all aware that we don't have this money now. We wouldn't have this money until 2018, right? So that's not to take away. I don't want to get into all the recommendations again, but I wanted to get into the fundamental principle here, which is that we are now in a concerted way with a structure moving forward to try and get community partners rowing in the same direction. This is a lot of inside baseball, but it's really important work. And it was a lot of hard work, and it's the start. But to go where we want to get to, we're not going to get there immediately. We're not going to get there by one or two brilliant decisions. We're going to get there by a number of really good, sound decisions that are made consistently in the spirit of a unified community plan. And to me, this is really the beginning of the next stage of the process. And I know that the only reason why Tom and I haven't had a lot of these meetings yet with our community partners is because it's been difficult to line up dates in the summertime, but we've got a full schedule heading into September, I think, in October. And we'll be spending the rest of the year staffing these committees up, getting people to participate in these committees, and we hope to have your support, and we hope city councilors want to participate, and you see something in this process that you think is attractive and you want to add to and participate. And I think this is a really positive development for our community, and I think with some time we'll look back on it and recognize that we made some good decisions here that really helped move us forward. So I don't know if I missed anything there, Mr. Vera, but if you want to add anything, you can, and then we'll take questions.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there's anything you missed. I think that captures it well.
Okay, so I had a list going. Councillor Bruni was very adamant that he wanted to go first. So, Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have several questions that I want to ask and to get some type of understanding. The first question is, I'm looking at the draft budget, and on the draft budget, there's a manager, and we'll call the rest, well, there's two managers and probably two coordinators. Now, the cost is $501,000 per year. So my question is, will you be hiring these people before any funding is received by the provincial level or the federal level of government?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, no. Our intent is to first solidify the amount of funding that we have, and then that would then drive, the number of staff we hire and how much money we need for those other components within the budget. So this budget is notional. It's our hope that we can obtain this full budget. If we should not, though, then we'll have to come back to council with a revised budget, likely revised staffing within the project.
So you won't be hiring anybody until you receive funding from the from both levels of government, correct?
Unless council approves otherwise. No one can be hired unless it comes here and you approve the hire. This is conditional upon getting those monies. We couldn't deviate from this unless we came back to council and said, we didn't get the money we were looking for, so here's the revised plan. If you approved it at that point, it would move ahead.
So the $445,000 that you recovered from the other department, where's that money going then? Are you going to be using that right now?
We don't have that money until 2018.
Until 2018.
But we have to have money to show our funders that we have money to contribute to those efforts.
So 445, but here it says 501. There is a difference. Where would that money be coming from extra? You're short approximately 60,000. No, for the first year. Well, they're going to get funding. They're going to get funding, Susan, apparently.
Well, listen, Tom and I had a disagreement about this. He wanted to put this in here like this. I said, how do you know that you're going to spend $501,146.10 at this point? Because I don't think he knows that. But he just really wanted to give council that level of information. So he's going to have to answer that question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. So I guess what we'd say is we've done the work to cost out the positions, what we think we need to fund that. When you look at the total budget, I would say bring it up a level. You're at $3 million over the 3 years. If the city's share of that was $444 a year, you're at $1.2 million per year, roughly. And what we would hope is through the other levels of government contribution, we're going to achieve our total budget of $3 million. So it's not that the city money would only go toward the line item of project staff. We would have to work out our contributions to the various line items that are outlined in that budget and determine which areas the different levels of government would be willing to contribute their funds to. And then that will provide us a total budget for the project.
I think the CEO wants to add something here.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. Again, the emphasis here is the $455,000 that you're referring to in terms of the EDC shift and reallocation is for 2018.
Yes.
So the operating budget for 2018 is scheduled to be reviewed by council in December of 2017, so in about 4 or 5 months' time. That's when you're first going to see some of the refinement of what currently is just, again, notional in terms of the amounts. But it's notional because we need to have that opportunity to be able to go to the other orders of government and just discuss with them what we're trying to do. We also need to have some feedback from those committees that were identified in that one chart to see what directions they want to go and how that may or may not impact on the budget resources that are being looked for or they're expected would be looked for. So you will have plenty of opportunities. One of the biggest ones will be in December of this year to look at what the budget is as it gets refined. But it will be refined further to that in subsequent years as well.
Okay. In the report, it states the project manager will be overseeing the redevelopment of the Economic Development Fund. I guess I don't understand what you mean by the redevelopment of the Economic Development Fund.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. One of the recommendations of our economic development review from MDB Insight was to look at how we administer the Economic Development Fund and, if you will, the governance and process of that Economic Development Fund. We've already had some preliminary conversations with the EDC in the Innovation Center about that. And so it's really that project manager would be the point person in helping to finalize the recommendations in the process that would then come to council for how we want to administer that fund moving forward. If you'll recall, the MDB Insight report had recommended that the city actually take back the administration of the fund because the EDC was often put in an awkward position where they may be recommending their own projects and they were reviewing other projects from other community organizations.
Okay. Also in your report, you stated, in your words, high-level budget has been created which provides funds as well as and I'm just quoting this because I wrote it down, allowance for computers, phones for project staff. I believe that's the $49,000 that you have on, and I'm just looking at the blue screen. Yeah, same screen that you have there. So is that the $49,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, you're correct. That's the $49,000, but that would include not only the phones and the laptops, but also some budget for those staff that are contemplated to be hired to have some budget to implement their activities.
Okay. So I guess in 2018, you're going to come to us for $445,000 for the next 3 years. is there more money going to be coming from basically the city taxpayers to bump that up to a higher amount?
No, this is permission to allocate that $440,000 to the Deputy CAO's department.
Yes.
For uses that are consistent with the report. There's no intention at this point to increase that ask at all. We have one budget year ahead of us left. So we can't speak to what will happen like in the next council.
Yeah, I totally understand. I understand that. So, but I'm asking Mr. Ver, will he be coming back to council for additional funds in the future? Because this is a 3-year plan here. He probably can't.
This 3-year plan is based upon only using the $446,000.
Okay. Every year.
Every year.
Yeah. For 3 years. Okay, that's it for now. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, no, one more, I'm sorry. Regarding you mentioned, Mayor, that you're going to be going around to the providers, Algoma University, Sault College, et cetera.
Community stakeholders.
Community stakeholders.
Chamber of Commerce.
Will that be open for people to attend, or is this just going to be basically closed sessions?
We're not putting any conditions on it. Lisa has been contacting all kinds of stakeholders asking if the Deputy CEO and I can attend, however they host their meeting or have their meeting.
It's up to the individual stakeholders.
We're not communicating anything about how the meeting should occur. We just want to come and speak and talk and explain what we're doing and ask for their participation and support.
Okay.
So
would council be allowed to attend if permissible?
Councilor Bruni, you can come with me wherever you like.
No, I just want to see a schedule. Is that possible?
Sure.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Lisa could email that out to you guys, no problem.
Okay, that's it for now.
Okay, Councilor Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to say that this is an excellent high-view presentation. And in my view, it's the first critical communication tool for the public to see that City Council is leading the way into our future. And it's on that I want to take a moment. A couple of things that come to my mind. I don't know that it needs resolution, but I think this needs to be a standing item on our agendas from here forward. I'll leave it to you and the Agenda Review Committee to determine whether that should be at every meeting or every other meeting, but I think it needs to be regular, that there needs to be some form of update. It's been critically noted by Mr. Bear and yourself, Mr. Mayor, and I think all of us at the last time when this was on our agenda, that we have to have the public stay connected to this, and it's going to be quite a challenge to move forward to ensure that the general public, apart from the one-on-ones with our stakeholders, are going to understand this is a paradigm shift in our community, and we've got to keep it in front of them. So I would challenge our Deputy CAO for Community Enterprise, Mr. Ver, to find a way of how we can keep this freshly reported on so it doesn't become a ho-hum item, but it needs to be there, I think, going forward. So often it seems that we get something, we talk about it, it's really important to us. You're doing what you're doing, and great work, but the public aren't going to see that. The publics in those stakeholders will see it, but in terms of the general public, we've got to mount this challenge, and I know our corporate affairs office is here tonight. Tessa is hiding in the room there. She's capturing everything with our meetings. I think there's going to have to be some sort of a communication plan that's worked out. So,
on that point, Councillor Myers, I'll be chairing the larger roundtable.
Roundtable, yes.
And maybe that roundtable can put reports back to public reports out that
yes.
just tells everybody where things are
yes,
at.
And that was where I was going to go, is I thought the roundtable would be a good opportunity for you to give this council, and i.e. the public, some sort of an update. I don't know how often the roundtable is going to be intended to meet. I mean, in the past when we've had roundtables, leadership tables, I think you were part of many, many years ago, they only met maybe quarterly or twice a year. I'm suggesting we're going to keep this momentum pretty high, but I'll leave that to you to work out. The advisory committee structure, you addressed it. I had a question, is there a role for members of council to participate? Or were you wanting only the general public? I think you did address this.
Yes, absolutely.
So we
foresee members of council participating for sure.
So should we simply indicate to you where our areas of interest are, or should we do it through Tom, or what should we do?
We can do that offline, and you can send Tom and I emails, and we'll work that out as we go through this
areas
process.
of interest
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
where it's appropriate. And then the budget, yes, we've had some discussion on that. I really want to see a breakdown by position for each of these positions, quite honestly. So when this comes back to us in a next evolution, perhaps we can just, mine down a little bit further on that. But overall, I'm just very, very, I see that we ought to be the champions of this, everyone at this table. And we are accepting tonight the ownership over this, I think, with you, Mr. Mayor, as our head of council. And we need to be given spoon-fed, probably, some sort of bullets or speaking notes or, something that we're all on the same page so that we don't have this filtered and interpreted through 12 different versions. I think we're really going to need to be spoon-fed so that we can turn around and feed it to the public too. Many of us are very into communicating with the public and have great websites. But we all have our means of communicating. But we here are representing the entire community, and we should have that ability to communicate. But we're going to need to be given, I think, the proper B notes on what to communicate. Because it's it's simple, but it's complex. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grandinetti.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last council meeting, I thought we were, with the EDC, I thought we were taking that funding away from the EDC. I didn't know we were allocating it to form this community adjustment with Mr. Bear. I thought we were going to put it back in the pocket of the city taxpayer. I kind of feel burned on this. If I would have known that we were taking that funding away from the EDC and forming this group or whatever it is, I wouldn't have agreed to it 2 weeks ago.
I think it was specifically discussed that it would be reallocated. I think that was.
It was probably discussed that, reallocated, but is where I'm coming at is you're taking from one organization to form another one. Why can't it all be done within the EDC? Is where I'm coming at.
We're not forming another organization.
Well, you're creating 4 more jobs or 6 more jobs or whatever you're doing. Are we not?
Within the city.
Yes.
So I thought it was pretty clear at the last meeting that the funds that were reclaimed from the EDC were going to be used by the city in community development. I thought that was a pretty explicit part of last meeting. And we said, we'll be back to you, and the deputy CEO will show you theoretically how he would intend on using those funds on a going forward basis. And that's why the deputy CEO's put together this report for you this meeting. I thought that was all pretty explicit.
Could we not have done this within the EDC rather than cut that funding from them and just...
No, I don't think we could have done that within the EDC.
No?
Nope. These are city, that's kind of the point of this whole realignment is, well, frankly, I started the process to look at how we were doing our economic development. We spend $2.5 million a year on economic development, and the city is here, but never played an active role. And there was nobody at the city that was accountable to city council to move these projects forward. And this is all part of that realignment. And there were things that the city wasn't doing that was determined the city should be doing to hopefully enable a more prosperous future for our whole community. And instead of just adding the burden to the taxpayer, we found an area where we could reclaim some resources to move some of these projects forward.
Okay, and you touch on an economic challenge in our community. I believe the biggest economic challenge within the city of Sault Ste. Marie is the taxes. The tax rate is very high, especially what happened, I guess, about 4 to 6 months ago, if not earlier. And Rory Ring, who I think he's still here, but we spoke about it earlier. Is the industrial tax rate went up about 50 to 60%. You and I spoke about it. I think that is the biggest economic challenge in town right now, because you're going to have businesses closing down. And I can't justify raising someone's taxes from $25,000 to $42,000 when he's got to compete with the same type of business in Quebec, who have lower electricity rates and lower taxes than we have in Sault Ste. Marie?
So I don't think that your statement's factual, Councillor Grandinetti. I don't think anybody's taxes went from 25 to 42.
I seen a tax bill of a local business.
And I think it's important to recognize when you say that taxes went up 50%, the actual tax payable did not. But let's make an important point. The taxes aren't rising because of rising city spending. I would suggest to you that this council has been more about city spending than any previous councils for a long time. The tax rates are affected by a decrease in assessment, and that's a large problem. But when you talk to companies, they'll tell you that the number one issue that they're concerned about is human resource capital and finding the right human resources to carry on their business here.
It is.
Yeah.
Most of us in business have that.
Yeah. So I think
that problem right
I
now.
would disagree with you because I think the single biggest economic issue we have in the community is human resources. And if you don't have the skill sets that employers need, and you don't have the employees and the people that employers need, employers won't locate to your community.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next on the list is Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Tom Bear. Just for clarification, how are the stakeholders going to be selected? You're mentioning the hospitals, Agoma Health Unit, and so forth. My biggest piece is to make sure that, again, I've said this since I've been sitting in the seat, we get new ideas. And so often we have committees where it's the same people over and over again. I'm sorry, but when we put the first group together for the community adjustment plan, it was the same people. So therefore, my question is, how are we picking these stakeholders? How are we making sure we're hearing from new people, not the same old, same old?
Just 1 second. I want to just speak to that point in the Community Adjustment Committee. There were a pile of people on that committee that were in City Hall that hadn't participated before. So I think when you look at the names of the people that were on the Community Adjustment Committee, I wouldn't agree with the proposition that it was the same old people.
I think it was.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. That is an important point you raise, I believe, and a lot of the work that the Community Adjustment Committee did, and even the subcommittees, and the outreach to the community that we had, we learned that there is a certain amount of pent-up demand from people in the community to try and get involved in these types of initiatives and to try and have a forum at least where they can put forward ideas across the different sectors. So 2 specific things, I think. One, for the groups that we're going to approach, once we outline the mandate of those study recommend subcommittees and what we're hoping they will do, in certain cases, we'll ask them to say, who do you think in your organization would be the best person to sit at this table? And have them recommend to us those folks that they feel will be able to contribute to the dialogue that we're going to have. And then secondly, as well, we have the opportunity to invite members at large to participate in those subcommittees or even to participate on small projects or offshoots from those committees as they look at different projects. Which I think the exciting thing there is it does give us the opportunity to engage with a broader group of citizens in Sault Ste. Marie that have an interest in community development in any of those specific areas.
I have a few more questions going with that thought pattern. We have done a wonderful job over the last little while with our communications, press releases and so forth because of, where is she, hiding in the back there. You did a great job on the website when you did the community adjustment and all those videos and so forth. To shake the trees, to get those new ideas and those new people, are you considering doing something different to the city website to maybe taking the structure, hypothetically, and putting it on our website and allowing people to maybe email in or somehow say, I'm available, these are my qualifications? I don't know. What were you thinking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, I've already had conversations with Tessa Vecchio on that very issue, and for sure that's in our thought pattern is, how do we use the website? How do we use social media? Another thing that I think we uncovered during the Community Adjustment Committee process is there's a number of great things going on in this community that even people across the round table weren't aware of. And so, that's a sign that we can do a better job of informing residents on positive things that are going on in the community and also spreading the word, which will help gain momentum for different initiatives that we have going on. So within the budget, we do have a community promotions coordinator or manager position identified, and certainly communications is going to be a key piece of this particular initiative being successful.
Okay. Again, if you have a few more questions. Thank you. For clarification, Councillor Bruni was asking about the budget. And for clarification, I think you said that you will not be hiring until you have the total amount required. When you say total amount, do you mean the 1.5 million? You have that first, then you'll start hiring people? Or is it the 501?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, what we'd like to do is be able to go out to the funders, have those conversations and secure the funding and be able to come back to council. With that said, depending on the results we get with the funding applications, we'll come back to council with a revised plan on how we best spend that money. So really what we wanted to provide to council today was directionally where we think we need to go, taking into account the recommendations. And it may be based on the funding that's out there and the support that we get, we have to come back with a rejigged budget, but council will see that before we start the process of hiring.
Okay. And just a few more questions. Just going back to the stakeholders, I like your approach. Obviously, we're not the experts. The hospitals are the experts of finding the right individuals. There's a great group in Sault Ste. Marie that's doing a lot of research in cancer and orthopedic surgery in those areas. So you know who they are, and so go after them because they're incredible to our community. I find they're just amazing. A couple other questions. With regards to the EDC, I know that you're coming back to us probably September-ish, fall-ish, with a MOU. And I know you're currently working closely with the EDC on the MOU. Just for clarification, because the EDC technically will still be on its own, why is the EDC mentioned in your chart? I know it's economic diversity and so forth, but when someone sees that, I think they're going to think, is the EDC's already part of your overall umbrella? But technically, the EDC is going to continue on running on its own with a strong MOU. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that is correct. We will continue to operate, and we would certainly see them as an important stakeholder in working with us on that economic diversity and growth subcommittee. So they'll be part of that subcommittee. They'll still be their own independent corporation, and certainly through the MOUs, we certainly look forward to working much more closely with the EDC and the Innovation Center to coordinate the activities and the opportunities that come about as a part of this initiative.
Okay. And three other questions, then I will pass the mic on. With regards to the business side, of course, I wear my business hat. And going back to the stakeholders, there's a lot of successful business people in here, this community, that weren't part of the initial community adjustment plan. And granted, I know you had a person represent or from McDougall Fuels, fantastic. But we have Veracity, which is a new company. We also have companies that have been here for a long time, like Tulloch Engineering. These are key stakeholders that have started and continue on expanding. So my question is, will you give us an opportunity to give you a list of stakeholders that you may want to consider?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, certainly we would. And the growth of the private sector is a key, obviously, for the success of the community and for the economic diversity and growth subcommittee. That will be a focus of operations, looking at how we grow the private sector what do we need, working with the Chamber of Commerce, working with all the stakeholders in the community to really see how we support our entrepreneurs, our local businesses to help them in their growth plans. And when you look at best practices across North America, which we did with the Community Adjustment Committee, certainly there was heavy involvement from the private sector in this type of initiative in helping to improve or turn around a community.
Okay. And I'll just leave it to questions. Going back to the growth of a business, labor is very important, absolutely, but it's the basic fundamentals for existing businesses that we need to focus on. Give me an example. We've been trying for last year to revamp the building permit process. Businesses have been asking myself and others, when I apply for a building permit, why can't I go onto the internet, type in, I need a building permit for a new 5 windows, and then pay it by credit card, and then be done with it? That is costly to a business. So we need to look at those micro ideas, which is a cost savings for our companies as well, not just what you're saying about taxes. It's those micro pieces too that are huge cost savings. That's where I'm coming back to the stakeholders.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, absolutely, and that is actually one of the recommendations. I mean, it's one line in the Community Adjustment Committee report, but the intention of that was, I won't get the exact wording right, but to look at how the corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie can be more business-friendly or business-like in its approach to assist businesses moving forward. And we have had discussions already internally in looking at some of our processes and how we can improve those for businesses.
That's a low-hanging fruit. You can easily put smiles on businesses with the next 6 months by doing that. And Mr. Ver, you are doing a fantastic job. I mean, you're still new with our corporation. You have great portfolios on your plate. And I know that you're able to basically manage these portfolios. Can you just confirm back to the council, will there be any other changes in your departments to give you some more flexibility with these portfolios? For example, Park and Recreations is one portfolio under you. You're taking on all of this. You are very talented, but this is a lot.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, thank you. But we are internally at City Hall looking at, the roles within our service area, and the managers are involved in conversations with looking at how we organize ourselves. Certainly the resources that we've proposed here within the budget, will help to address some of the specific items we need to get done. So we're actively working on making sure we have the resources, human and budget resources allocated to the right areas.
Okay. And just one last thing, going back to just gaining public input. I've seen, now I'm getting a suggestion, sorry, Mayor, but I just want to throw this out. I've seen it very effective used in other communities where they have idea boards in the lobby of City Hall. And any person come in, have a little yellow sticky or something different on the whiteboard, write down an idea, and they throw it on the whiteboard, and it's collected on a weekly basis. And so that's just another way for the average person to come quietly in and make a comment. And I think we should consider it be a fun, effective way.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ver, I know that everything is contingent upon us getting senior level government funding, but in your best estimation, when do you see us realistically being able to bring a staff member on? And the reason why I ask this question, I think you know why, is because in your report you refer to a project that I've been working on alongside you, very reliant on a staff person assisting us moving it forward. So my question is, best guess, when do you think we might have somebody that could assist moving that project forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, the typical process that I'm familiar with, say, an NOHFC, a FedNor, you're looking at 4 to 6 months in terms of approval for any projects. So our hope would be in Q1 of next year, we would be in a position to at least hire some of the initial, we'll come back to council with our results and then propose the plan that would then enable us to hire those staff.
I just, I know you'll keep me posted. I think we're going to have to move on the idea by the springtime, and I know that Councillor Hollingsworth has volunteered to help me organize this in Toronto. Just please keep us posted on that. I just want to quickly say that I understand the whole purpose of this report, and I get it. And to the points that you made earlier, Mr. Mayor, are the points that I think I've been making quite clear, and that is we need to pull in the same direction. And this project clearly does that. This is a way of focusing our efforts as a community. So I understand why we're putting the $400,000 towards this initiative. I'm cautiously optimistic. We do need the funding, but I understand that we need to take that first step. My fear, though, is that this could, if not done properly, and I don't want to sound negative, but I'm just throwing it out there, it could become a very large bureaucratic machine. And to avoid that, I think to Councillor Meyer's point earlier is we need constant communication. But I think we also need to establish measurable goals. As a councillor, I know that some of the things that will occur with this process will be measured by activities. But we also need to have this measured by successes. We need measurable goals, and we need updates on what's been achieved. Too often we hear about, we get reports on, for lack of a better word, why we're justifying our position, why we're justifying this. We understand why this exists. We need measurable results, things that the community could understand, could relate to, the council can relate to, and then there's more support in the future to continue this process. So I think that's really, really important. One final point I want to make, and we talk about stakeholders in the community, and I'd like to suggest that the media needs to be contacted as well. And I think it's important that the media play a role in not only communicating the information and the results that are going to be generated, but they need to, I'm not trying to tell them how to do their business. I'm not telling them to provide fake news, but I do think that they need to take a look at what we're trying to achieve and help us direct the project as well. Provide information that's, when possible, positive. And to get that information out there, that sells as well. Positive information sells because in the absence of that stuff, people that aren't really following things too closely, that just hear negativity, are drawn into the negativity. And as the mayor said earlier, we all need to be pulling in the same direction. Everybody has to be part of the solution.
Thank you, Councillor Christian. Councillor Shoemaker. I have you, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Tom, for the report. I know that you got a lot of questions from Councillor Bruni and Myers on the budget, but I like the estimated budget that goes towards really the action items, the promotion of the city, education sector initiatives, facility development, business cases, strategy, things like that. That is what obviously I didn't participate in the debate on where this money came from. It came from the EDC. I was in conflict on that. Now that this money's here, I want it to go towards these action items. So I read the report initially with concern that it would be going towards staffing. But I have some confidence after hearing today's report that, or hearing your comments today, that the staffing and the action items can't move forward independently, correct?
Can I speak to that? So I had the same concern to Councillor Shoemaker. We have to make sure it's minimal staffing, that we only bring in a person if a person is needed. But what I think we have to appreciate and emphasize is this is a new function in the city, right? So we don't have the human resource currently in the city to engage in these functions. So we can't get to the actions unless we have people here to engage in those actions. And I think it would be a little easy to say, well, just get people that are already here to do that, because those people are, as pointed out, they're caught up in Parks and Rec. and in transit, and in the other functions we discharge. This is the city really taking responsibility for its community development initiatives and enterprise. Everything comes back to the human resource, and it'll be our responsibility to make sure that we don't engage any positions that aren't necessary to further those action items.
Exactly. But I would suggest, and I know that you're saying the capacity isn't currently here. I agree. But what I would like to see, and a consideration of this at the very least, is whether the full-time equivalent is within the city. So, I think this is one of our top priorities, to make sure we implement this plan. And I think it behooves the CAO and the Deputy CAO of Community Enterprise and the Deputy CAO of Corporate Services and our city solicitor and all our Deputy CAO of Public Works to look at their org charts and see if we can make these positions happen without expanding the need for additional funding for those resources. So I think, as a council, it's our obligation to say, this is our priority. This is, in addition to our core services, look at what our core services are. This needs to be our top priority in terms of where we are filling human resources within our corporation. So I would ask that all of our department heads and deputy CAOs and CAO look at this with that eye, that we need to fill these positions because we want the funding that we've been able to capture from EDC to go to these action items. Understood?
If you'd like, Tom, if you'd like to speak to that, you're welcome to.
I think through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, understood. Certainly staff are going through that exercise, I think, continually and always looking for how we're deploying those resources, and budgets I know are tight in all those different departments. So it's an exercise each budget cycle we're going through.
I agree with the premise, Councillor Shoemaker. If there's an FTE that's available somewhere, this would be a priority area to apply that to.
Absolutely. Those are my questions/comments.
Okay, Councillor Butland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And as you listen, your thoughts do evolve. They're not change dramatically, but they do evolve, and people make very legitimate points. My question relates to the timing, and it's you folks are going to go out there and solicit consultation and input and support in all ways. That's going to take some time. How long do you think it's going to take before we begin implementation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, I would say that each initiative actually is at different stages. There's some groups and areas that have very well-defined ideas that are ready to go that, we just probably need to give a little support to, and they'll take off. Others are going to take longer to study and come back with recommendations. So the work will start, as the mayor has indicated, in going out to these groups within the next weeks, actually. And from that exercise, we're hoping there's going to be some quick wins that we'll be able to assist with in the near term. I think the resources, obviously being a key piece, coming in ideally in Q1 of next year, that's when the rubber will really hit the road, and we'll see, some significant activities. But that said, there's a number of things, as I mentioned, that are already in place that these organizations are working on, that we hope will come back with initiatives sooner rather than later.
Okay. And I support, Mr. Mayor, what you outlined at the beginning is very supportable. And Councillor Christian says we've got to pull together, and we absolutely need to do that. My concern would be it's going to take some months. There may be some ones ready to come forward and they're win-win situations, but there are urgent issues on the table now that we should be driving, and maybe they are being driven. We heard about the data center. Oh, it's very real. It's going to be here. It's going to employ hundreds because this is the logical place for it to be. The casino, I talked with the mayor today, and that's pretty significant. There's money is going out to new casinos everywhere. What about us? But it's in good hands. The mayor's handling that. Also, Environmental, tire processor. There's some issues. We got to deal with it. Aviation program. It's ready to take off. I'm sorry. Energy. I appreciate your singly out, I'm certainly happy to continue with that. Healthcare, how about training of, like, if Algoma says we have 600 people ready to retire, we've got to replace them. So the training initiative is very important. These are all real and now. How do we deal with those now as opposed to waiting for an implementation period?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, the current ones and the here and now we're prioritizing as best we can with the resources, and that would include, the EDC, the Innovation Center staff, the UP team that the city is already funding, and working with other organizations and different initiatives. So the here and now, we are working on them, and we're advancing those initiatives. And there's a good line from another economic development organization in the United States. An incremental approach to achieve exponential results. And I think that's exactly what we want to do here. We're going to align our resources and day in and day out work to advance those projects with great potential for success and see how we provide more momentum for them and support for them in the community.
Last question, comment.
Sure. Go ahead.
I read the reports very thoroughly and several times, and at first, the mayor helped allay my fears a bit, but council is never mentioned in any of that documentation. The mayor is a member of this committee, the CAO, the lead of the subcommittee. Where does council fit into this? The buck does stop here without exaggerating our importance, but I don't think we should be an ad hoc group. We need to fit into the process now rather than later. Have you thought about that and considered where council specifically should be into the process in a meaningful manner?
So, Councillor Butland, there was some considerable discussion at the Community Adjustment Committee about that, and it was important to make a distinction between city council as the governing body of the community, which we are and continue to be, and city council as the owner of the Community Adjustment Committee report. So the feeling is that at the Community Adjustment Committees, they want a report that becomes owned by the community at large and isn't seen as just a city council initiative, right? So where we fit into it is this step, as in this is the first stop on the tour that Tom and I will be doing. Where you fit into it is you're the main supporters of it, and you're putting some resources to action it. And then where you fit into it is in the subcommittees, and anything that a councillor is interested in or interested in furthering or interested in participating in, you will participate in that respect. So we hope to be one of a few dozen parties. And so we don't want to own the thing as city council, so where it's our plan, but we are one of a few dozen parties that participate in this and drive it forward and take a leadership role. But community development those are our decisions, right? So whether you fund community development, to what degree you fund community development, to what degree we approve projects that go forward. If any projects require funding, you and I spoke about an initiative earlier today. Council would have to make a decision on that if funds were required from community development. So it will always kind of come back here for future decisions if we need to seed something or support something and move something forward. But we really are one of a number of drivers and participants, but the administrative life of this project sits in City Hall, and you folks, frankly, govern that. So that is the fundamental attachment that you have.
Good, thank you. That's it.
So I have Councillor Fata.
I'd just like to take a moment and just thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Tom Vare, and everyone that's been involved in this project. It's certainly something that I certainly want to feel optimistic about. I think we all do, and I think we all want to have a stake in it and certainly play our role in any way we can to see this succeed. I have to just make a comment about Councillor Grandinetti. I have to agree that any city, any town needs a strong industrial, commercial, institutional, educational base. And if you've got that, I think you've got a great foundation for a lot of the things that we're talking about here, and certainly in terms of attracting young people, attracting professionals, attracting people that would want to come here. And if that mindset can be achieved, I think, in this process, I think that we'll be moving in the right direction, and maybe we will see the population 100,000 by the year 2037. I think the population was supposed to be 100,000 by the year 2000, but I guess we fell short. One question I have to ask, Tom, is since this is the funds that are being removed from the EDC, the 445,000 odd funds are being removed from the EDC, seen as this will operate as a separate entity from the EDC, then where's the physical space going to be that this will operate from?
This is a city department. It's a city department.
So,
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fat, it'll be city department, city staff, so they'll be within this building.
So everything will be here, so there's no additional costs involved in that part of it. Again, like I said, I just want to feel optimistic. I think this has to be something where, as Councillor Christian said, we must be pulling in all the same direction. I certainly want to feel optimistic. I certainly, when the funds were originally intended to be removed from the EDC, I did not foresee that we were going to take that money and immediately look to spend it. Again, I just hope that this is not a pie in the sky kind of results here. I certainly want to feel optimistic, and I know that we're in good hands with you fellas, and I hope that the confidence that's required will show the results that we're all hoping to achieve. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fata. Anybody else? Councillor Huppanen.
Just one quick comment, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I just want to mention that I think that you've done an amazing job, and you said it's a start, and I think it's a good start. It's an excellent start. And I want to thank you for demonstrating true leadership for us as council. I'm very optimistic that this will go places, especially with your leadership. And Mr. Vair, thank you for all of the work that you've done on this. So I hope I can do something to help out. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Huppanen. That means a lot. Anything else, Council? So all in favor? All opposed? Carried. Carried all but one. So, Madam Clerk, we can move on, please.
Okay, under agenda item 8.1, at the request of the mover and seconder, the resolution as it appears on your agenda is being withdrawn, and
a new resolution is being
resolution by Councillors Shoemaker and Huppanen, resolved that appropriate staff be requested to consider and report on options to reduce or eliminate occurrences of hospital patrons and or hospital staff parking on Saddle Crescent and other adjacent or abutting streets.
Any questions on this motion? Do either you want to speak to the motion? You can both speak to it if you like. Councillor Shoemaker, we start with you. Councillor Huppanen, you can follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this is a problem for the folks in the neighborhood. I feel for the folks who are, using alternative sources of parking to get to the hospital, because I understand that it could be financially difficult on folks who have to attend the hospital. And the costly parking there is an issue for many. What is unfortunate is that the residents in Saddle Crescent and, potentially other residents on either Foxborough or Terrence or Killarney have to deal with the hospital's problem. And I think we saw this in other respects with the smoking issue on hospital property. Folks are going on to city property and smoking. Well, folks are now going on to city property and parking. So I don't know that a blanket ban on parking in Saddle Crescent is necessarily the answer, because we've had residents from Saddle Crescent say, well, that's going to prohibit me from parking on my own street, which is true. But there does have to be a solution to the problem. And I don't know what the best solution is, but I would ask that staff put their heads together, consult with the area residents. Certainly Judy and I can facilitate the consultation with the area residents as well as with the hospital to determine how we can fix a broader problem, not just the parking on Saddle Crescent specifically. So I hope that the new revised motion more appropriately deals with that.
Councillor Hupinen?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Shoemaker has pretty much summed it up. I can say that I've also received other calls with the same concerns, so I'm hoping that with the report to come back to us, that it might be a solution that would keep everybody happy. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Anybody else on that? All in favor? Passed. So we are on to 8.2.
A motion by Councillors Turco and Nero, whereas on or about the fall of 2016, following construction in the Gore Street area, traffic lights were removed from the intersections of Gore and Albert Streets and Albert and Andrew Streets. And whereas once the lights were removed from these intersections, there appeared to be more accidents occurring in the immediate months following. And whereas the area is made up of both business and residential properties with heavy pedestrian traffic and families with small children, and whereas the neighbors are concerned about the high rates of speed in this residential and business area, in particular from Huron Street to Gore Street, with the removal of all traffic lights in these areas. And whereas the sight lines at Albert and Gore Streets are a concern for vehicles that park on the west side of Gore Street, making it difficult to see the oncoming traffic on Gore Street. And whereas the neighborhood is in the process of putting together a petition to have some action taken at these intersections, now therefore be it resolved that appropriate staff be directed to reinstall traffic lights at the intersection of Gore and Albert Streets and at the intersection of Albert and Andrew Streets.
Okay, so this is Councillor Turco's motion, so we'll give him the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One word probably should change is appears, because what you don't see in the resolution is the stats that are available for any one of us to look into.
I think they're attached to the...
Are they stats?
Yeah, the stats are on the
Are they? I'm sorry, I apologize. Because I have more updated stats in the last week.
Oh.
So we've had 3 more accidents, which could have been very serious, actually. One of them right by the resource center there on Gore Street. I want to say Gore Street, that area I've begun a lot of good positive comments about the entire area. So that's good news, but the bad news is the traffic situation, which is it's rated as one of the top 3 accident prones in the city of Sault Ste. Marie, so the stats say. So I think that we, as I hope the council will support to bring back the lights for not just the area people, but I got emails from all over since the article appeared apparently on the in the media, and also I got some and social media. It's been one of the what's the word? One of the most popular articles in the last little while, and everybody has a comments about, I got 2 of them, I won't read all the emails I got, but one of them is, I want you to know that on 2 occasions, I have almost been hit at that intersection. I avoid Gore Street completely now. We almost got T-boned on Gore and Albert intersection last Sunday night. It's not just Gore and Albert, it's also Andrew and Albert. Since we changed the pattern along, you folks probably have taken it from the International Bridge from Carmen's Way, it's become a highway actually. So we have a serious situation there. I think it's we should look into bringing some calmness in the area, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have, did you want to speak to Councillor Nero as a seconder?
Sorry, Mr. Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. Yeah, I believe, something has to be done at this intersection, both intersections. And I'm well aware of staff's position that the criteria that govern signals at intersections have been checked. These intersections may not require signalization, full signalization. But the fact remains that the accidents are happening. They don't appear to be slowing down. We certainly understand that when we make changes to intersections, that for some time, there's an adjustment period and the accident rates go up. But I don't know that putting full signalization is the answer. We might want to look at something else like flashing lights, but I know that that goes contrary to staff's position so far. So let's listen to the rest of council on this one. Those are my thoughts right at this point. I really firmly believe something has to be done.
Do you have any response to that, Ms. Hamilton Beach?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero. You are correct in stating that the warrant does not exist for signalization, and I think though staff is more than willing to have this intersection studied. You're correct in saying there's a period of time after changes like this that are required to see. That time is typically in the industry 3 years. So we're still within the 1 year period here by far. And we are more than open to looking at other solutions, and